Chapter 67 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. He is such a beast. Lord Silverbridge remained hunting in the Brake country till a few days before the meeting of Parliament, and had he been left to himself he would have had another week in the country, and might probably have overstayed the opening day, but he had not been left to himself. In the last week in January an important dispatch reached his hands, from no less important a person than Sir Timothy Beeswax, suggesting to him that he should undertake the duty of seconding the address in the House of Commons. When the proposition first reached him, it made his hair stand on end. He had never yet risen to his feet in the House. He had spoken at those election meetings in Cornwall, and had found it easy enough. After the first or second time he had thought it good fun. But he knew that standing up in the House of Commons would be different from that. Then there would be the dress. "I should so hate to fig myself out and look like a guy," he said to Tregear, to whom, of course, he confided the offer that was made to him. Tregear was very anxious that he should accept it. "A man should never refuse anything of that kind which comes in his way," Tregear said. "It is only because I am the governor's son," Silverbridge pleaded. "Partly so, perhaps. But if it be altogether so, what of that? Take the goods the gods provide you. Of course all these things which our ambition covets are easier to duke's sons than to others, but not on that account should a duke's son refuse them. A man, when he sees a rung vacant on the ladder, should always put his feet there." "I'll tell you what," said Silverbridge, "if I thought this was all fair sailing, I'd do it. I should feel certain that I should come a cropper, but still I'd try it. As you say, a fellow should try. But it's all meant as a blow at the governor. Old Beeswax thinks that if he can get me up to swear that he and his crew are real first chop hands, that will hit the governor hard. It's as much as saying to the governor, 'This chap belongs to me, not to you.' That's a thing I won't go in for." Then Tregear counselled him to write to his father for advice, and at the same time to ask Sir Timothy to allow him a day or two for consideration. This counsel he took. His letter reached his father 2 days before he left Matching. In answer to it, there came first a telegram begging Silverbridge to be in London on the Monday, and then a letter in which the Duke expressed himself as being anxious to see his son before giving a final answer to the question. Thus it was that Silverbridge had been taken away from his hunting. Isabel Boncassen, however, was now in London, and from her it was possible that he might find consolation. He had written to her soon after reaching Harrington, telling her that he had had it all out with the governor. "There is a good deal that I can only tell you when I see you," he said. Then he assured her with many lovers' protestations that he was and always would be, till death, altogether her own most loving S. To this he had received an answer by return of post. She would be delighted to see him up in town, as would her father and mother. They had now got a comfortable house in Brook Street, and then she signed herself his sincere friend, Isabel. Silverbridge thought that it was cold, and remembered certain scraps in another feminine handwriting in which more passion was expressed. Perhaps this was the way with American young ladies when they were in love. "Yes," said the Duke, "I am glad that you have come up at once, as Sir Timothy would have his answer without further delay. But what shall I say?" The Duke, though he had already considered the matter very seriously, nevertheless took a few minutes to consider it again. "The offer," said he, "must be acknowledged as very flattering, but the circumstances are not usual. It cannot often be the case that a minister should ask the son of his keenest political opponent to render him such a service. But, however, we will put that aside." "Not quite, sir. For the present we will put that on one side, not looking at the party which you may be called upon to support, having for the moment no regard to this or that line in politics. There is no opening to the real duties of parliamentary life which I would sooner see accorded to you than this. But if I were to break down—" Talking to his father, he could not quite venture to ask what might happen if he were to "come a cropper." "None but the brave deserve the fair," said the Duke, slapping his hands upon the table. "Why, if we fail, we fail, but screw your courage to the sticking place, and we'll not fail. What high point would ever be reached if caution such as that were allowed to prevail? What young men have done before cannot you do? I have no doubt of your capacity, none." "Haven't you, sir?" said Silverbridge, considerably gratified, and also surprised. "None in the least, but perhaps some of your diligence—" "I could learn it by heart, sir, if you mean that. But I don't mean that, or rather I mean much more than that. You have first to realize in your mind the thing to be said, and then the words in which you should say it, before you come to learning by heart. Some of them, I suppose, would tell me what to say. No doubt with your inexperience it would be unfit that you should be left entirely to yourself. But I would wish you to know, perhaps I should say to feel, that the sentiments to be expressed by you were just. I should have to praise Sir Timothy. Not that necessarily, but you would have to advocate that course in Parliament which Sir Timothy and his friends have taken and propose to take. But I hate him like poison. There need be no personal feeling in the matter. I remember that when I moved the address in your house, Mr. Mildmay was Prime Minister, a man for whom my regard and esteem were unbounded, who had been in political matters the preceptor of my youth, whom as a patriotic statesman I almost worshipped, whom I now remember as a man whose departure from the arena of politics left the country very destitute. No one has sprung up since like to him, or hardly second to him. But in speaking on so large a subject as the policy of a party, I thought it beneath me to eulogize a man. The same policy reversed may keep you silent respecting Sir Timothy. I needn't, of course, say what I think about him. I suppose you do agree with Sir Timothy as to his general policy. On no other condition can you undertake such a duty. Of course I have voted with him. So I have observed, not so regularly perhaps as Mr. Roby would have desired. Mr. Roby was the Conservative whip, and I suppose the people at Silverbridge expect me to support him. I hardly know how that may be. They used to be contented with my poor services. No doubt they feel they have changed for the better. You shouldn't say that, sir. I am bound to suppose that they think so, because when the matter was left in their own hands they at once elected a Conservative. You need not fear that you will offend them by seconding the address. They will probably feel proud to see their young member brought forward on such an occasion, as I shall be proud to see my son. You would, if it were on the other side, sir. Yes, Silverbridge, yes. I should be very proud if it were on the other side. But there is a useful old adage which bids us not cry for spilt milk. You have a right to your opinions, though perhaps I may think that in adopting what I must call new opinions, you were a little precipitate. We cannot act together in politics, but not the less on that account do I wish you to take an active and useful part on that side to which you have attached yourself." As he said this, he rose from his seat and spoke with emphasis, as though he were addressing some imaginary speaker or a house of legislators around. "I shall be proud to hear you second the address. If you do it as gracefully and as fitly as I am sure you may, if you will give yourself the trouble, I shall hear you do it with infinite satisfaction, even though I shall feel at the same time anxious to answer all your arguments and to disprove all your assertions. I should be listening, no doubt, to my opponent, but I should be proud to feel that I was listening to my son. My advice to you is to do as Sir Timothy has asked you." "He is such a beast, sir," said Silverbridge. "Pray do not speak in that way on matters so serious." "I do not think you quite understand it, sir." "Perhaps not. Can you enlighten me?" "I believe he has done this only to annoy you." The Duke, who had again seated himself and was leaning back in his chair, raised himself up, placed his hands on the table before him, and looked his son hard in the face. The idea which Silverbridge had just expressed had certainly occurred to himself. He remembered well all the circumstances of the time when he and Sir Timothy Beeswax had been members of the same government, and he remembered how animosities had grown, and how treacherous he had thought the man. From the moment in which he had read the minister's letter to the young member, he had felt that the offer had too probably come from a desire to make the political separation between himself and his son complete. But he had thought that in counselling his son he was bound to ignore such a feeling, and it certainly had not occurred to him that Silverbridge would be astute enough to perceive the same thing. "What makes you fancy that?" said the Duke, striving to conceal by his manner, but not altogether successful in concealing, the gratification which he certainly felt. "Well, sir, I am not sure that I can explain it. Of course it is putting you in a different boat from me. You have already chosen your boat. Perhaps he thinks I may get out again. I dislike the skipper so much that I am not sure that I shall not." "Oh, Silverbridge, that is such a fault. So much is included in that which is unstatesmanlike, unpatriotic, almost dishonest. Do you mean to say that you would be this or that in politics according to your personal liking for an individual? When you don't trust the leader, you can't believe very firmly in the followers," said Silverbridge doggedly. "I won't say, sir, what I may do, though I dare say that what I think is not of much account, I do think a good deal about it." "I am glad of that." "And as I think it not at all improbable that I may go back again, if you don't mind it, I will refuse." Of course, after that, the Duke had no further arguments to use in favour of Sir Timothy's proposition. Chapter 67. Chapter 68 of The Duke's Children, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Brook Street. Silverbridge had now a week on his hands, which he felt he might devote to the lady of his love. It was a comfort to him that he need have nothing to do with the address. To have to go, day after day, to the Treasury in order that he might learn his lesson would have been disagreeable to him. He did not quite know how the lesson would have been communicated, but fancied it would have come from old Roby, whom he did not love much better than Sir Timothy. Then the speech must have been composed, and afterwards submitted to someone, probably to old Roby again, by whom no doubt it would be cut and slashed, and made quite a different speech than he had intended. If he had not praised Sir Timothy himself, Roby, or whatever other tutor might have been assigned to him, would have put the praise in, and then how many hours it would have taken to learn the horrid thing by heart. He proudly felt that he had not been prompted by idleness to decline the task, but not the less was he glad to have shuffled the burden from off his shoulders. Early the next morning he was in Brook Street, having sent a note to say he would call, and having even named the hour. And yet when he knocked at the door he was told with the utmost indifference by a London footman that Miss Boncassen was not at home, also that Mrs. Boncassen was not at home, also that Mr. Boncassen was not at home. When he asked at what hour Miss Boncassen was expected home, the man answered him just as though he had been anybody else, that he knew nothing about it. He turned away in disgust, and had himself driven to the Bear Garden. In his misery he had recourse to game pie and a pint of champagne for his lunch. "Halloa, old fellow, what is this I hear about you?" said Nidderdale, coming in and sitting opposite to him. "I don't know what you have heard." "You are going to second the address. What made them pick you out from the lot of us?" "It is just what I am not going to do." "I saw it all in the papers." "I dare say, and yet it isn't true. I shouldn't wonder if they ask you." At this moment a waiter handed a large official letter to Lord Nidderdale, saying that the messenger who had brought it was waiting for an answer in the hall. The letter bore the important signature of T. Beeswax on the corner of the envelope, and so disturbed Lord Nidderdale that he called at once for a glass of soda and brandy. When opened, it was found to be very nearly a counterpart of that which Silverbridge had received down in the country. There was, however, added a little prayer that Lord Nidderdale would come at once to the Treasury Chambers. "They must be very hard up," said Lord Nidderdale, "but I shall do it. Cantrip is always at me to do something, and you see if I don't butter them up properly." Then, having fortified himself with game pie and a glass of brown sherry, he went away at once to the Treasury Chambers. Silverbridge felt himself a little better after his lunch, better still when he had smoked a couple of cigarettes walking about the empty smoking-room, and as he walked he collected his thoughts. She could hardly have meant to slight him. No doubt her letter down to him at Harrington had been very cold. No doubt he had been ill-treated in being sent away so unceremoniously from the door. But yet she could hardly intend that everything between them should be over. Even an American girl could not be so unreasonable as that. He remembered the passionate way in which she had assured him of her love. All that could not have been forgotten. He had done nothing by which he could have forfeited her esteem. She had desired him to tell the whole affair to her father, and he had done so. Mr. Boncassen might perhaps have objected. It might be that this American was so prejudiced against English aristocrats as to desire no commerce with them. There were not many Englishmen who would not have welcomed him as son-in-law, but Americans might be different. Still, Isabel would hardly have shown her obedience to her father in this way. She was too independent to obey her father in a matter concerning her own heart. And if he had not been the possessor of her heart at that last interview, then she must have been false indeed. So he got once more into his hansom, and had himself taken back to Brook Street. Mrs. Boncassen was in the drawing-room alone. "I am so sorry," said the lady, "but Mr. Boncassen has, I think, just gone out." "Indeed! And where is Isabel?" "Isabel is downstairs, that is if she hasn't gone out too. She did talk of going with her father to the museum. She is getting quite bookish. She has got a ticket and goes there, and has all the things brought to her, just like the other learned folks. I am anxious to see her, Mrs. Boncassen. My! If she has gone out, it will be a pity. She was only saying yesterday she wouldn't wonder if you shouldn't turn up." "Of course I've turned up, Mrs. Boncassen. I was here an hour ago." "Was it you who called and asked all them questions? My! We couldn't make out who it was. The man said it was a flurried young gentleman who wouldn't leave a card, but who wanted to see Mr. Boncassen most especial." "It was Isabel I wanted to see. Didn't I leave a card? No, I don't think I did. I felt so almost at home that I didn't think of a card." "That's very kind of you, Lord Silverbridge." "I hope you are going to be my friend, Mrs. Boncassen." "I am sure I don't know, Lord Silverbridge. Isabel is most used to having her own way, I guess. I think when hearts are joined almost nothing ought to stand between them. But Mr. Boncassen does have doubts. He don't wish as Isabel should force herself anywhere. But here she is, and now she can speak for herself." Whereupon not only did Isabel enter the room, but at the same time Mrs. Boncassen most discreetly left it. It must be confessed that American mothers are not afraid of their daughters. Silverbridge, when the door was closed, stood looking at the girl for a moment, and thought that she was more lovely than ever. She was dressed for walking. She still had on her fur jacket, but had taken off her hat. "I was in the parlour downstairs," she said, "when you came in with papa, and we were going out together. But when I heard who was here, I made him go alone. Was I not good?" He had not thought of a word to say, or a thing to do, but he felt as he looked at her that the only thing in the world worth living for was to have her for his own. For a moment he was half abashed. Then in the next she was close in his arms, with his lips pressed to hers. He had been so sudden that she had been unable, at any rate thought that she had been unable, to repress him. "Lord Silverbridge," she said, "I have told you I would not have it. You have offended me." "Isabel!" "Yes, Isabel. Isabel is offended with you. Why did you do it?" Why did he do it? It seemed to him to be the most unnecessary question. "I wanted you to know how I love you." "Will that tell me?" "That only tells me how little you think of me." "Then it tells you a falsehood, for I am thinking of you always, and I always think of you as being the best and dearest and sweetest thing in the world. And now I think you dearer and sweeter than ever." Upon this she tried to frown, but her frown at once broke out into a smile. "When I wrote to say that I was coming, why did you not stay at home for me this morning?" "I got no letter, Lord Silverbridge." "Why didn't you get it?" "That I cannot say, Lord Silverbridge." "Isabel, if you are so formal you will kill me." "Lord Silverbridge, if you are so forward you will offend me." Then it turned out that no letter from him had reached the house, and as the letter had been addressed to Bruton Street instead of Brook Street, the failure on the part of the post office was not surprising. Whether or no she were offended or he killed, he remained with her the whole of that afternoon. "Of course I love you," she said. "Do you suppose I should be here with you if I did not? Or that you could have remained in the house after what you did just now? I am not given to run into rhapsodies quite so often as you are, and being a woman perhaps it is as well that I don't. But I think I can be quite as true to you as you are to me." I am so much obliged to you for that," he said, grasping at her hand. "But I am sure that rhapsodies won't do any good. Now I'll tell you my mind." "You know mine," said Silverbridge. "I will take it for granted that I do. Your mind is to marry me, will ye nill ye, as the people say." He answered this by merely nodding his head and getting a little nearer to her. "That is all very well in its way, and I am not going to say but what I am gratified." Then he did grasp her hand. "If it pleases you to hear me say so, Lord Silverbridge." "Not Lord." "Then I shall call you Plantagenet, only it sounds so horribly historical. Why are you not Thomas or Abraham? But if it will please you to hear me say so, I am ready to acknowledge that nothing in all my life ever came nearer to the delight I have in your love." Hereupon he almost succeeded in getting his arm round her waist, but she was strong, and seized his hand and held it. "And I speak no rhapsodies. I tell you a truth which I want you to know and to keep in your heart, so that you may be always, always sure of it. I will never doubt it. But that marrying, will ye nill ye, will not suit me. There is so much wanted for happiness in life. I can do all that I can. Yes, even though it be hazardous, I am willing to trust you. If you were as other men are, if you could do as you please as lower men may do, I would leave father and mother and my own country, that I might be your wife. I would do that because I love you. But what will my life be here, if they who are your friends turn their backs upon me? What will your life be, if through all that you continue to love me? That will all come right. And what will your life be, or mine?" she said, going on with her own thoughts, without seeming to have heard his last words, "if in such a condition as that you did not continue to love me?" "I should always love you." "It might be very hard, and if once felt to be hard, then impossible. You have not looked at it as I have done. Why should you, even with a wife that was a trouble to you?" "Oh, Isabel!" His arm was now round her waist, but she continued speaking as though she were not aware of the embrace. "Yes, a trouble. I shall not be always just what I am now. Now I can be bright and pretty and hold my own with others because I am so. But are you sure, I am not, that I am such stuff as an English lady should be made of? If in 10 years' time you found that others did not think so, that, worse again, you did not think so yourself, would you be true to me then?" "I will always be true to you." She gently extricated herself, as though she had done so that she might better turn round and look into his face. "On my own one, who can say of himself that it would be so? How could it be so, when you would have all the world against you? You would still be what you are, with a clog round your leg, while at home, in Parliament, among your friends, at your clubs, you would be just what you are. You would be that Lord Silverbridge who had all good things at his disposal, except that he had been unfortunate in his marriage. But what should I be?" Though she paused, he could not answer her. Not yet. There was a solemnity in her speech which made it necessary that he should hear her to the end. "I too have my friends in my own country. It is no disgrace to me there that my grandfather worked on the quays. No one holds her head higher than I do, or is more sure of being able to hold it. I have there that assurance of esteem and honour which you have here. I would lose it all to do you a good, but I will not lose it to do you an injury." "I don't know about injuries," he said, getting up and walking about the room, "but I am sure of this, you will have to be my wife. If your father will take me by the hand and say that I shall be his daughter, I will risk all the rest. Even then it might not be wise, but we love each other too well not to run some peril. Do you think that I want anything better than to preside in your home, to soften your cares, to welcome your joys, to be the mother perhaps of your children, and to know that you are proud that I should be so? No, my darling, I can see a paradise, only I may not be fit to enter it. I must use some judgment better than my own, sounder, dear, than yours. Tell the Duke what I say, tell him with what language a son may use to his father, and remember all that you ask for yourself, you will ask doubly for me. I will ask him so that he cannot refuse me. If you do so, I shall be contented. And now go. I have said ever so much, and I am tired. Isabel, oh, my love. Yes, Isabel, your love. I am that, at any rate for the present, am proud to be so as a queen. Well, if it must be, this once, as I have been so hard to you. Then she gave him her cheek to kiss, but of course he took more than she gave. When he got out into the street it was dark, and there was still standing the faithful cab, but he felt that at the present moment it would be impossible to sit still, and he dismissed the equipage. He walked rapidly along Brook Street into Park Lane, and from thence to the park, hardly knowing whither he went in the enthusiasm of the moment. He walked back to the Marble Arch, and thence round by the drive to the guard-house, and the bridge over the Serpentine, by the Knightsbridge Barracks to Hyde Park Corner. Though he should give up everything and go and live with her in his own country, he would marry her. His politics, his hunting, his address to the Queen, his horses, his guns, his father's wealth, and his own rank, what were they all to Isabel Boncassen? In meeting her he had met the one human being in all the world who could really be anything to him, either in friendship or in love. When she had told him what she would do for him to make his home happy, it had seemed to him that all other delights must fade away from him for ever. How odious were Tifto and his racehorses, how unmeaning the noise of his club, how terrible the tedium of those parliamentary benches. He could not tell his love as she had told hers. He acknowledged to himself that his words could not be as her words, nor his intellect as hers, but his heart could be as true. She had spoken to him of his name, his rank, and all his outside world around him. He would make her understand at last that they were nothing to him in comparison with her. When he got round to Hyde Park Corner, he felt that he was almost compelled to go back again to Brook Street. In no other place could there be anything to interest him. Nowhere else could there be light, or warmth, or joy. But what would she think of him? To go back hot and soiled with mud, in order that he might say one more adieu, that possibly he might ravish one more kiss, would hardly be manly. He must postpone all that for the morrow. On the morning, of course, he would be there. But his work was all before him. That prayer had to be made to his father, or rather some wonderful effort of eloquence must be made, by which his father might be convinced that this girl was so infinitely superior to anything of feminine creation that had ever hitherto been seen or heard of, that all ideas as to birth, country, rank, or name ought in this instance to count for nothing. He did believe himself that he had found such a pearl, that no question of setting need be taken into consideration. If the Duke would not see it, the fault would be in the Duke's eyes, or perhaps in his own words, but certainly not in the pearl. Then he compared her to poor Lady Mabel, and in doing so did arrive at something near the truth in his inward delineation of the two characters. Lady Mabel, with all her grace, with all her beauty, with all her talent, was a creature of efforts, or, as it might be called, a manufactured article. She strove to be graceful, to be lovely, to be agreeable and clever. Isabel was all this and infinitely more without any struggle. When he was most fond of Mabel, most anxious to make her his wife, there had always been present to him a feeling that she was old. Though he knew her age to a day, and knew her to be younger than himself, yet she was old. Something had gone of her native bloom. Something had been scratched and chipped from the first fair surface, and this had been repaired by varnish and veneering. Though he had loved her, he had never been altogether satisfied with her. But Isabel was as young as he be. He knew nothing of her actual years, but he did know that to have seemed younger, or to have seemed older, to have seemed in any way different from what she was, would have been to be less perfect. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Pert Poppet. On a Sunday morning, while Lord Silverbridge was alone in a certain apartment in the house in Carlton Terrace, which was called his own sitting-room, the name was brought him of a gentleman who was anxious to see him. He had seen his father, and had used all the eloquence of which he was master, but not quite with the effect which he had desired. His father had been very kind, but he too had been eloquent, and had, as is often the case with orators, been apparently more moved by his own words than by those of his adversary. If he had not absolutely declared himself as irrevocably hostile to Miss Boncassen, he had not said a word that might be supposed to give token of assent. Silverbridge, therefore, was moody, contemplative, and desirous of solitude. Nothing that the Duke had said had shaken him. He was still sure of his pearl, and quite determined that he would wear it. Various thoughts were running through his brain. What if he were to abdicate the title and become a Republican? He was inclined to think that he could not abdicate, but he was quite sure that no one could prevent him from going to America and calling himself Mr. Palliser, that his father would forgive him and accept the daughter-in-law brought to him. Were he in the first place to marry without sanction, he felt quite sure. What was there that his father would not forgive? But then Isabel would not assent to this. He was turning it all in his head, and ever and anon trying to relieve his mind by Clarissa, which he was reading in conformity with his father's advice, when the gentleman's card was put into his hand. "Whatever does he want here?" he said to himself, and then he ordered that the gentleman might be shown up. The gentleman in question was our old friend Dolly Longstaff. Dolly Longstaff and Silverbridge had been intimate as young men are, but they were not friends, nor, as far as Silverbridge knew, had Dolly ever set foot in that house before. "Well, Dolly," said he, "what's the matter now? I suppose you are surprised to see me. I didn't think you were ever up so early. It was at this time almost noon." "Oh, come now, that's nonsense. I can get up as early as anybody else. I have changed all that for the last 4 months. I was at breakfast this morning very soon after 10. "What a miracle! Is there anything I can do for you?" "Well, yes, there is. Of course you are surprised to see me. You never were here before, and therefore it is odd. It is odd. I felt that myself. And when I tell you what I have come about, you will think it more odd. I know I can trust you with a secret." That depends, Dolly. What I mean is, I know you are good-natured. There are ever so many fellows that are one's most intimate friends that would say anything on earth they could that was ill-natured. I hope they are not my friends. Oh, yes, they are. Think of Glasgow, or Popplecourt, or Hines. If they knew anything about you that you didn't want to have known, about a young lady, or anything of that kind, don't you think they'd tell everybody? A man can't tell anything he doesn't know. That's true. I had thought of that myself. But then there's a particular reason for my telling you this. It is about a young lady. You won't tell, will you? No, I won't. But I can't see why on earth you should come to me. You are ever so many years older than I am. I had thought of that too, but you are just the person I must tell. I want you to help me. These last words were said in a whisper, and Dolly, as he said them, had drawn nearer to his friend. Silverbridge remained in suspense, saying nothing by way of encouragement. Dolly, either in love with his own mystery or doubtful of his own purpose, sat still, looking eagerly at his companion. "What the mischief is it?" asked Silverbridge impatiently. "I have quite made up my own mind." "That's a good thing, at any rate." "I am not what you would have called a marrying sort of man. I should have said no, but I suppose most men do marry sooner or later. That's just what I said to myself. It has to be done, you know. There are 3 different properties coming to me. At least one has come already. You're a lucky fellow. I've made up my mind, and when I say a thing I mean to do it. But what can I do? That's just what I'm coming to. If a man does marry, I think he ought to be attached to her." To this, as a broad proposition, Silverbridge was ready to accede. But regarding Dolly as a middle-aged sort of fellow, one of those men who marry because it is convenient to have a house kept for them, he simply nodded his head. "I am awfully attached to her," Dolly went on to say. "That's all right. Of course there are fellows who marry girls for their money. I've known men who have married their grandmothers." "Not really." "That kind of thing. When a woman is old, it does not matter who she is. But my one, she's not old." "Nor rich. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm not after her money. Pray understand that. It's because I'm downright fond of her. She's an American." "A what?" said Silverbridge, startled. "You know her. That's the reason I've come to you. It's Miss Boncassen." A dark frown came across the young man's face. That all this should be said to him was disgusting. That an owl like that should dare to talk of loving Miss Boncassen was offensive to him. "It's because you know her that I've come to you. She thinks that you're after her." Dolly, as he said this, lifted himself quickly up in his seat and nodded his head mysteriously as he looked into his companion's face. It was as much as though he should say, "I see you are surprised, but so it is." Then he went on, "She does, the pert poppet." This was almost too much for Silverbridge, but still he contained himself. "She won't look at me, because she has got it into her head that perhaps some day she may be Duchess of Omnium. That, of course, is out of the question. Upon my word, all this seems to me to be so very, very distasteful that I think you had better say nothing more about it." "It is distasteful," said Dolly, "but the truth is I am so downright, what you may call enamoured." "Don't talk such stuff as that here," said Silverbridge, jumping up. "I won't have it." "But I am. There is nothing I wouldn't do to get her. Of course it's a good match for her. I've got 3 separate properties, and when the governor goes off I shall have a clear 15,000 a year." "Oh, bother." Of course that's nothing to you, but it is a very tidy income for a commoner. And how is she to do better?" "I don't know how she could do much worse," said Silverbridge in a transport of rage. Then he pulled his moustache in vexation, angry with himself that he should have allowed himself to say even a word on so preposterous a supposition. Isabel Boncassen and Dolly Longstaff! It was Titania and Bottom over again. It was absolutely necessary that he should get rid of this intruder, and he began to be afraid that he could not do this without using language which would be uncivil. "Upon my word," he said, "I think you had better not talk about it any more. The young lady is one for whom I have a very great respect." "I mean to marry her," said Dolly, thinking thus to vindicate himself. "You might as well think of marrying one of the stars." "One of the stars? Or a royal princess?" "Well, perhaps that is your opinion, but I can't say that I agree with you. I don't see why she shouldn't take me. I can give her a position which you may call all out of the peerage. I can bring her into society. I can make an English lady of her." "You can't make anything of her except to insult her, and me too, by talking of her." "I don't quite understand this," said the unfortunate lover, getting up from his seat. "Very likely she won't have me. Perhaps she has told you so." "She never mentioned your name to me in her life. I don't suppose she remembers your existence." "But I say that there can be no insult in such a one as me asking such a one as her to be my wife. To say that she doesn't remember my existence is absurd." "Why should I be troubled with all this?" "Because I think you're making a fool of her, and because I'm honest. That's why," said Dolly with much energy. There was something in this which partly reconciled Silverbridge to his despised rival. There was a touch of truth about the man, though he was so utterly mistaken in his ideas. "I want you to give over in order that I may try again. I don't think you ought to keep a girl from her promotion merely for the fun of a flirtation. Perhaps you're fond of her, but you won't marry her. I am fond of her, and I shall." After a minute's pause, Silverbridge resolved that he would be magnanimous. "Miss Boncassen is going to be my wife," he said. "Your wife?" "Yes, my wife. And now I think you will see that nothing further can be said about this matter." "Duchess of Omnium?" "She will be Lady Silverbridge." "Oh, of course she'll be that first. Then I've got nothing further to say. I'm not going to enter myself to run against you, only I shouldn't have believed it if anybody else had told me." "Such is my good fortune." "Oh, ah, yes, of course. That is one way of looking at it. Well, Silverbridge, I'll tell you what I shall do. I shall hook it." "No, no, not you." "Yes, I shall. I dare say you won't believe me, but I've got such a feeling about me here," as he said this he laid his hand upon his heart, "that if I stayed I should go in for hard drinking. I shall take the great Asiatic tour. I know a fellow that wants to go, but he hasn't got any money. I dare say I shall be off before the end of next month. You don't know any fellow that would buy half a dozen hunters, do you?" Silverbridge shook his head. "Good-bye," said Dolly in a melancholy tone. "I am sure I am very much obliged to you for telling me. If I'd known you'd meant it, I shouldn't have meddled, of course. Duchess of Omnium! Look here, Dolly, I have told you what I should not have told anyone, but I wanted to screen the young lady's name." "It was so kind of you." "Do not repeat it. It is a kind of thing that ladies are particular about. They should choose their own time for letting everybody know." Then Dolly promised to be as mute as a fish, and took his departure. Silverbridge had felt towards the end of the interview that he had been arrogant to the unfortunate man, particularly in saying that the young lady would not remember the existence of such a suitor, and had also recognized a certain honesty in the man's purpose, which had not been the less honest because it was so absurd. Actuated by the consciousness of this, he had swallowed his anger, and had told the whole truth. Nevertheless, things had been said which were horrible to him. This buffoon of a man had called his Isabel a pert poppet. How was he to get over the remembrance of such an offence? And then the wretch had declared that he was enamoured. There was sacrilege in the term when applied by such a man to Isabel Boncassen. He had thought of days to come when everything would be settled, when he might sit close to her and call her pretty names, when he might in sweet familiarity tell her that she was a little Yankee and a fierce Republican, and chaff her about the stars and stripes. And then, as he pictured the scene to himself in his imagination, she would lean upon him, and would give him back his chaff, and would call him an aristocrat, and would laugh at his titles. As he thought of all this, he would be proud with the feeling that such privileges would be his own. And now this wretched man had called her a pert poppet. There was a sanctity about her, a divinity which made it almost a profanity to have talked about her at all to such a one as Dolly Longstaff. She was his holy of holies, at which vulgar eyes should not even be allowed to gaze. It had been a most unfortunate interview. But this was clear, that as he had announced his engagement to such a one as Dolly Longstaff, the matter now would admit of no delay. He would explain to his father that as tidings of the engagement had got abroad, honour to the young lady would compel him to come forth openly as her suitor at once. If this argument might serve him, then perhaps this intrusion would not have been altogether a misfortune. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Love may be a great misfortune. Silverbridge, when he reached Brook Street that day, was surprised to find that there was a large party going to lunch there. Isabel had asked him to come, and he had thought her the dearest girl in the world for doing so. But now his gratitude for that favour was considerably abated. He did not care just now for the honour of eating his lunch in the presence of Mr. Gotobed, the American minister, whom he found there already in the drawing-room with Mrs. Gotobed, nor with Ezekiel Sevenkings, the great American poet from the far West, who sat silent and stared at him in an unpleasant way. When Sir Timothy Beeswax was announced, with Lady Beeswax and her daughter, his gratification certainly was not increased, and the last comer, who did not arrive until they were all seated at the table, almost made him start from his chair and take his departure suddenly. That last comer was no other than Mr. Adolphus Longstaff. As it happened, he was seated next to Dolly, with Lady Beeswax on the other side of him, whereas his holy of holies was on the other side of Dolly. The arrangements made seemed to him to have been monstrous. He had endeavoured to get next to Isabel, but she had so manoeuvred that there should be a vacant chair between them. He had not much regarded this, because a vacant chair may be pushed on one side. But before he had made all his calculations, Dolly Longstaff was sitting there. He almost thought that Dolly winked at him in triumph, that very Dolly who an hour ago had promised to take himself off upon his Asiatic travels. Sir Timothy and the minister kept up the conversation very much between them, Sir Timothy flattering everyone that was American, and the minister finding fault with very many things that were English. Now and then Mr. Boncassen would put in a word to soften the severe honesty of his countrymen, or to correct the euphemistic falsehoods of Sir Timothy. The poet seemed always to be biding his time. Dolly ventured to whisper a word to his neighbour. It was but to say that the frost had broken up, but Silverbridge heard it and looked daggers at everyone. Then Lady Beeswax expressed to him a hope that he was going to do great things in Parliament this session. "I don't mean to go near the place," he said, not at all conveying any purpose to which he had really come, but driven by the stress of the moment to say something that should express his general hatred of everybody. Mr. Lupton was there on the other side of Isabel, and was soon engaged with her in a pleasant, familiar conversation. Then Silverbridge remembered that he had always thought Lupton to be a most conceited prig. Nobody gave himself so many airs, or was so careful as to the dyeing of his whiskers. It was astonishing that Isabel should allow herself to be amused by such an antiquated coxcomb. When they had finished eating, they moved about and changed their places, Mr. Boncassen being rather anxious to stop the flood of American eloquence which had come from his friend Mr. Gotobed. British viands had become subject to his criticism, and Mr. Gotobed had declared to Mr. Lupton that he didn't believe that London could produce a dish of squash or tomatoes. He was quite sure you couldn't have sweet corn. Then there had been a moving of seats, in which the minister was shuffled off to Lady Beeswax, and the poet found himself by the side of Isabel. "Do you not regret our mountains and our prairies?" said the poet. "Our great waters and our green savannas?" "I think more perhaps of Fifth Avenue," said Miss Boncassen. Silverbridge, who at this moment was being interrogated by Sir Timothy, heard every word of it. "I was so sorry, Lord Silverbridge," said Sir Timothy, "that you could not accede to our little request." "I did not quite see my way," said Silverbridge, with his eye upon Isabel. "So I understood, but I hope that things will make themselves clearer to you shortly. There is nothing that I desire so much as the support of young men such as yourself, the very cream, I may say, of the whole country. It is to the young conservative thoughtfulness and the truly British spirit of our springing aristocracy that I look for that reaction which I am sure will at last carry us safely over the rocks and shoals of communistic propensities." "I shouldn't wonder if it did," said Silverbridge. They didn't think that he was going to remain down there talking politics to an old humbug like Sir Timothy, when the sun and moon and all the stars had gone up into the drawing-room, for at that moment Isabel was making her way to the door. But Sir Timothy had buttonholed him. "Of course it is late now to say anything further about the address. We have arranged that, not quite as I would have wished, for I had set my heart upon initiating you into the rapturous pleasure of parliamentary debate. But I hope that a good time is coming. And pray remember this, Lord Silverbridge, there is no member sitting on our side of the House, and I need hardly say on the other, whom I would go farther to oblige than your father's son." "I'm sure that's very kind," said Silverbridge, absolutely using a little force as he disengaged himself. Then he at once followed the ladies upstairs, passing the poet on the stairs. "You have hardly spoken to me," he whispered to Isabel. He knew that to whisper to her now, with the eyes of many upon him, with the ears of many open, was an absurdity, but he could not refrain himself. "There are so many to be entertained, as people say. I don't think I ought to have to entertain you, she answered, laughing. No one heard her but Silverbridge, yet she did not seem to whisper. She left him, however, at once, and was soon engaged in conversation with Sir Timothy. A convivial lunch I hold to be altogether bad, but the worst of its many evils is that vacillating mind which does not know when to take its owner off. Silverbridge was on this occasion quite determined not to take himself off at all. As it was only a lunch, the people must go, and then he would be left with Isabel. But the vacillation of the others was distressing to him. Mr. Lupton went, and poor Dolly got away apparently without a word. But the beeswaxes and the go-to-beds would not go, and the poet sat staring immovably. In the meantime, Silverbridge endeavoured to make the time pass lightly by talking to Mrs. Boncassen. He had been so determined to accept Isabel with all her adjuncts that he had almost come to like Mrs. Boncassen, and would certainly have taken her part violently had anyone spoken ill of her in his presence. Then suddenly he found that the room was nearly empty. The beeswaxes and the go-to-beds were gone, and at last the poet himself, with a final glare of admiration at Isabel, had taken his departure. When Silverbridge looked round, Isabel also was gone. Then, too, Mrs. Boncassen had left the room suddenly. At the same instant Mr. Boncassen entered by another door, and the two men were alone together. "My dear Lord Silverbridge," said the father, "I want to have a few words with you." Of course there was nothing for him but to submit. "You remember what you said to me down at Matching?" "Oh yes, I remember that." "You did me the great honour of expressing a wish to make my child your wife." "I was asking for a very great favour." "That also, for there is no greater favour I could do to any man than to give him my daughter. Nevertheless, you were doing me a great honour, and you did it, as you do everything, with an honest grace that went far to win my heart. I am not at all surprised, sir, that you should have won hers." The young man, as he heard this, could only blush and look foolish. "If I know my girl, neither your money nor your title would go for anything." "I think much more of her love, Mr. Boncassen, than I do of anything else in the world." "But love, my lord, may be a great misfortune." As he said this, the tone of his voice was altered, and there was a melancholy solemnity not only in his words, but in his countenance. "I take it that young people, when they love, rarely think of more than the present moment. If they did so, the bloom would be gone from their romance. But others have to do this for them. If Isabel had come to me saying that she loved a poor man, there would not have been much to disquiet me. A poor man may earn bread for himself and his wife, and if he failed, I could have found them bread. Nor, had she loved someone below her own degree, should I have opposed her. So long as her husband had been an educated man, there might have been no future punishment to fear." "I don't think she could have done that," said Silverbridge. "At any rate, she has not done so. But how am I to look upon this that she has done?" "I'll do my best for her, Mr. Boncassen." "I believe you would. But even your love can't make her an Englishwoman. You can make her a duchess." "Not that, sir." "But you can't give her a parentage fit for a duchess. Not fit, at least, in the opinion of those with whom you will pass your life, with whom, or perhaps without whom, she will be destined to pass her life, if she becomes your wife. Unfortunately, it does not suffice that you should think it fit. Though you loved each other as well as any man and woman that ever were brought into each other's arms by the beneficence of God, you cannot make her happy, unless you can assure her the respect of those around her." "All the world will respect her." Her conduct, yes. I think the world, your world, would learn to do that. I do not think it could help itself. But that would not suffice. I may respect the man who cleans my boots, but he would be a wretched man if he were thrown on me for society. I would not give him my society. Will your duchesses and your countesses give her theirs? Certainly they will. I do not ask for it, as thinking it to be of more value than that of others. But were she to become your wife, she would be so abnormally placed as to require it for her comfort. She would have become a lady of high rank, not because she loves rank, but because she loves you. Yes, 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 said Silverbridge, hardly knowing himself why he became impetuous. But having removed herself into that position, being as she would be, a countess or a duchess or what not, how could she be happy if she were excluded from the community of countesses and duchesses? They are not like that, said Silverbridge. I will not say that they are, but I do not know. Having Anglican tendencies, I have been wont to contradict my countrymen when they have told me of the narrow exclusiveness of your nobles. Having found your nobles and your commoners all alike in their courtesy, which is a cold word, in their hospitable friendships, I would now not only contradict, but would laugh to scorn at any such charge. So far he spoke somewhat loudly, and then dropped his voice as he concluded, were it anything less than the happiness of my child that is in question. What am I to say, sir? I only know this, that I am not going to lose her. You are a fine fellow. I was going to say that I wished you were an American, so that Isabel need not lose you. But, my boy, I have told you that I do not know how it might be. Of all whom you know, who could best tell me the truth on such a subject? Who is there whose age will have given him experience, whose rank will have made him familiar with this matter, who from friendship to you would be least likely to decide against your wishes, who from his own native honesty would be most sure to tell the truth? You mean my father, said Silverbridge. I do mean your father. Happily he has taken no dislike to the girl herself. I have seen enough of him to feel sure that he is devoted to his own children. Indeed he is. A just and a liberal man, one, I should say, not carried away by prejudices. Well, my girl and I have just put our heads together, and we have come to a conclusion. If the Duke of Omnium will tell us that she would be safe as your wife, safe from the contempt of those around her, you shall have her, and I shall rejoice to give her to you, not because you are Lord Silverbridge, not because of your rank and wealth, but because you are that individual human being whom I now hold by the hand. When the American had come to an end, Silverbridge was too much moved to make any immediate answer. He had an idea in his own mind that the appeal was not altogether fair. His father was a just man, just, affectionate, and liberal. But then it will so often happen that fathers do not want their sons to marry those very girls on whom the sons have set their hearts. He could only say that he would speak to his father again on the subject. Let him tell me that he is contented, said Mr. Boncassen, and I will tell him that I am contented. Now, my friend, good-bye. Silverbridge begged that he might be allowed to see Isabel before he was turned out, but Isabel had left the house in company with her mother. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. What am I to say, sir?" When Silverbridge left Mr. Boncassen's house, he was resolved to go to his father without an hour's delay, and represent to the Duke exactly how the case stood. He would be urgent, piteous, submissive, and eloquent. In any other matter he would promise to make whatever arrangements his father might desire. He would make his father understand that all his happiness depended on this marriage. When once married, he would settle down, even at Gatherum Castle, if the Duke should wish it. He would not think of racehorses. He would desert the bear garden. He would learn blue books by heart, and only do as much shooting and hunting as would become a young nobleman in his position. All this he would say as eagerly and as pleasantly as it might be said. But he would add to all this an assurance of his unchangeable intention. It was his purpose to marry Isabel Boncassen. If he could do this with his father's good will, so best. But at any rate he would marry her. The world at this time was altogether busy with political rumours, and it was supposed that Sir Timothy Beeswax would do something very clever. It was supposed also that he would sever himself from some of his present companions. On that point everybody was agreed, and on that point only everybody was right. Lord Drummond, who was the titular Prime Minister, and Sir Timothy had, during a considerable part of the last session and through the whole vacation, so belarded each other with praise in all their public expressions that it was quite manifest that they had quarrelled. When any body of statesmen make public asseverations by one or various voices that there is no discord among them, not a dissentient voice on any subject, people are apt to suppose that they cannot hang together much longer. It is the man who has no peace at home that declares abroad that his wife is an angel. He who lives on comfortable terms with the partner of his troubles can afford to acknowledge the ordinary rubs of life. Old Mr. Mildmay, who was Prime Minister for so many years, and whom his party worshipped, used to say that he had never found a gentleman who had quite agreed with him all round, but Sir Timothy has always been in exact accord with all his colleagues, till he has left them, or they him. Never had there been such concord as of late, and men, clubs, and newspapers now protested that as a natural consequence there would soon be a break-up. But not on that account would it perhaps be necessary that Sir Timothy should resign, or not necessary that his resignation should be permanent. The Conservative majority had dwindled, but still there was a majority. It certainly was the case that Lord Drummond could not get on without Sir Timothy. But might it not be possible that Sir Timothy should get on without Lord Drummond? If so, he must begin his action in this direction by resigning. He would have to place his resignation, no doubt with infinite regret, in the hands of Lord Drummond. But if such a step were to be taken now, just as Parliament was about to assemble, what would become of the Queen's speech, of the address, and of the noble peers and noble and other commoners who were to propose and second it in the two houses of Parliament? There were those who said that such a trick played at the last moment would be very shabby, but then again there were those who foresaw that the shabbiness would be made to rest anywhere rather than on the shoulders of Sir Timothy, if it should turn out that he had striven manfully to make things run smoothly, that the Premier's incompetence, or the Chancellor's obstinacy, or this or that Secretary's peculiarity of temper had done it all. Might not Sir Timothy then be able to emerge from the confused flood, and swim along pleasantly with his head higher than ever above the waters. In these great matters, parliamentary management goes for so much. If a man be really clever and handy at his trade, if he can work hard and knows what he is about, if he can give and take and be not thin-skinned or sore-bored, or if he can ask pardon for a peccadillo and seem to be sorry with a good grace, if above all things he be able to surround himself with the prestige of success, then so much will be forgiven him. Great gifts of eloquence are hardly wanted, or a deep-seated patriotism which is capable of strong indignation. A party has to be managed, and he who can manage it best will probably be its best leader. The subordinate task of legislation and of executive government may well fall into the inferior hands of less astute practitioners. It was admitted on both sides that there was no man like Sir Timothy for managing the House or coercing a party, and there was, therefore, a general feeling that it would be a pity that Sir Timothy should be squeezed out. He knew all the little secrets of the business, could arrange, let the cause be what it might, to get a full house for himself and his friends, and empty benches for his opponents, could foresee 1,000 little things to which even a Walpole would have been blind, which a Pitt would not have condescended to regard, but with which his familiarity made him a very comfortable leader of the House of Commons. There were various ideas prevalent as to the politics of the coming session, but the prevailing idea was in favour of Sir Timothy. The Duke was at Longroyston, the seat of his old political ally, the Duke of St. Bungay, and had been absent from Sunday the 6th till the morning of Friday the 11th, on which day the Parliament was to meet. On that morning, at about noon, a letter came to the son saying that his father had returned and would be glad to see him. Silverbridge was going to the House on that day, and was not without his own political anxieties. If Lord Drummond remained in, he thought that he must, for the present, stand by the party which he had adopted. If, however, Sir Timothy should become Prime Minister, there would be a loophole for escape. There were some 3 or 4 besides himself who detested Sir Timothy, and in such case he might perhaps have company in his desertion. All this was on his mind, but through all this he was aware that there was a matter of much deeper moment which required his energies. When his father's message was brought to him, he told himself at once that now was the time for his eloquence. "Well, Silverbridge," said the Duke, "how are matters going on with you?" There seemed to be something in his father's manner more than ordinarily jocund and good-humoured. "With me, sir? I don't mean to ask any party secrets. If you and Sir Timothy understand each other, of course you will be discreet." "I can't be discreet, sir, because I don't know anything about him." "When I heard," said the Duke, smiling, "of your being in close conference with Sir Timothy—" "I, sir?" "Yes, you. Mr. Boncassen told me that you and he were so deeply taken up with each other at his house that nobody could get a word with either of you." "Have you seen Mr. Boncassen?" asked the son, whose attention was immediately diverted from his father's political badinage. "Yes, I have seen him. I happened to meet him where I was dining last Sunday, and he walked home with me. He was so intent upon what he was saying that I fear he allowed me to take him out of his way." "What was he talking about?" said Silverbridge. All his preparations, all his eloquence, all his method now seemed to have departed from him. "He was talking about you," said the Duke. "He had told me that he wanted to see you. What did he say, sir?" I suppose you can guess what he said. He wished to know what I thought of the offer you have made to his daughter." The great subject had come up so easily, so readily, that he was almost aghast when he found himself in the middle of it. And yet he must speak of the matter, and that at once. "I hope you raised no objection, sir," he said. The objection came mainly from him, and I am bound to say that every word that fell from him was spoken with wisdom. "But still he asked you to consent." "By no means. He told me his opinion, and then he asked me a question. I am sure he did not say that we ought not to be married." "He did say that he thought you ought not to be married if—" "If what, sir?" "If there were probability that his daughter would not be well received as your wife. Then he asked me what would be my reception of her." Silverbridge looked up into his father's face with beseeching, imploring eyes, as though everything now depended on the next few words that he might utter. "I shall think it an unwise marriage," continued the Duke. Silverbridge, when he heard this, at once knew that he had gained his cause. His father had spoken of the marriage as a thing that was to happen. A joyous light dawned in his eyes, and the look of pain went from his brow, all which the Duke was not slow to perceive. "I shall think it an unwise marriage," he continued, repeating his words, "but I was bound to tell him that were Miss Boncassen to become your wife, she would also become my daughter." "Oh, sir!" "I told him why the marriage would be distasteful to me. Whether I may be wrong or right, I think it to be for the good of our country, for the good of our order, for the good of our individual families, that we should support each other by marriage. It is not as though we were a narrow class, already too closely bound together by family alliances. The room for choice might be wide enough for you, without going across the Atlantic, to look for her who is to be the mother of your children." To this Mr. Boncassen replied that he was to look solely to his daughter's happiness. He meant me to understand that he cared nothing for my feelings. Why should he? That which to me is deep wisdom is to him an empty prejudice. He asked me then how others would receive her. "I am sure that everybody would receive her," said Silverbridge. "I like her. I like her very much." "I am so glad. But still all this is a sorrow to me." When, however, he put that question to me about the world around her, as to those among whom her lot would be cast, I could not say that I thought she would be rejected. "Oh no, the idea of rejecting Isabel!" "She has a brightness and a grace all her own," continued the Duke, "which will ensure her acceptance in all societies." "Yes, yes, it is just that, sir." "You will be a 9 days' wonder, the foolish young nobleman who chose to marry an American." "I think it will be just the other way up, sir, among the men. But her place will, I think, be secure to her. That is what I told Mr. Boncassen." "It is all right with him, then, now?" "If you call it all right. You will understand, of course, that you are acting in opposition to my advice and my wishes." "What am I to say, sir?" exclaimed Silverbridge, almost in despair. "When I love the girl better than my life, and when you tell me that she can be mine if I choose to take her, when I have asked her to be my wife, and I have got her to say that she likes me, when her father has given way, and all the rest of it, would it be possible that I should say now that I will give her up? My opinion is to go for nothing, in anything." The Duke, as he said this, knew that he was expressing aloud a feeling which should have been restrained within his own bosom. It was natural that there should have been such plaints. The same suffering must be encountered in regard to Tregear and his daughter. In every way he had been thwarted, in every direction he was driven to yield. And yet now he had to undergo rebuke from his own son, because one of those inward plaints would force itself from his lips. Of course this girl was to be taken in among the Pallisers and treated with an idolatrous love, as perfect as though all the blood of all the Howards were running in her veins. What further inch of ground was there for a fight? And if the fight were over, why should he rob the boy of one sparkle from off the joy of his triumph? Silverbridge was now standing before him, abashed by that plaint, inwardly sustained, no doubt, by the conviction of his great success, but subdued by his father's wailing. However, perhaps we had better let that pass, said the Duke, with a long sigh. Then Silverbridge took his father's hand and looked up in his face. I most sincerely hope that she may make you a good and loving wife, said the Duke, and that she may do her duty by you in that not easy sphere of life to which she will be called. I am quite sure she will, said Silverbridge, whose ideas as to Isabel's duties were confined at present to a feeling that she would now have to give him kisses without stint. What I have seen of her personally recommends her to me, said the Duke. Some girls are fools. That's quite true, sir, who think that the world is to be nothing but dancing and going to parties. Many have been doing it for so many years, said Silverbridge, that they can't understand that there should be an end of it. A wife ought to feel the great responsibility of her position. I hope she will. And the sooner she begins the better, said Silverbridge stoutly. And now, said the Duke, looking at his watch, we might as well have lunch and go down to the house. I will walk with you, if you please. It will be about time for each of us. Then the son was forced to go down and witness the somewhat faded ceremony of seeing Parliament opened by 3 lords sitting in commission before the throne, whereas, but for such stress as his father had laid upon him, he would have disregarded his parliamentary duties and have rushed at once up to Brook Street. As it was, he was so handed over from one political pundit to another, was so buttonholed by Sir Timothy, so chafed as to the address by Phineas Finn, and at last so occupied with the whole matter that he was compelled to sit in his place till he had heard Nidderdale make his speech. This the young Scotch lord did so well, and received so much praise for the doing of it, and looked so well in his uniform, that Silverbridge almost regretted the opportunity he had lost. At 7 the sitting was over, the speeches, though full of interest, having been shorter than usual. They had been full of interest, but nobody understood in the least what was going to happen. I don't know anything about the Prime Minister, said Mr. Lupton, as he left the house with our hero, and another not very staunch supporter of the government. But I'll back Sir Timothy to be the leader of the House on the last day of the session against all comers. I don't think it much matters who is Prime Minister nowadays. At 7:30 Silverbridge was at the door in Brook Street. Yes, Miss Boncassen was at home. The servant thought that she was upstairs dressing. Then Silverbridge made his way without further invitation into the drawing-room. There he remained alone for 10 minutes. At last the door opened and Mrs. Boncassen entered. "Dear Lord Silverbridge, who ever dreamed of seeing you? I thought all you Parliament gentlemen were going through your ceremonies. Isabel had a ticket and went down and saw your father." "Where is Isabel?" "She's gone." "Gone? Where on earth has she gone to?" asked Silverbridge, as though fearing lest she had been carried off to the other side of the Atlantic. Then Mrs. Boncassen explained. Within the last 3 minutes Mrs. Montacute Jones had called and carried Isabel off to the play. Mrs. Jones was up in town for a week, and this had been a very old engagement. "I hope you did not want her very particularly," said Mrs. Boncassen. "But I did, most particularly," said Lord Silverbridge. The door was opened, and Mr. Boncassen entered the room. "I beg your pardon for coming at such a time," said the lover, "but I did so want to see Isabel." "I rather think she wants to see you," said the father. "I shall go to the theatre after her." "That might be awkward, particularly as I doubt whether anybody knows what theatre they are gone to. Can I receive a message for her, my lord?" This was certainly not what Lord Silverbridge had intended. "You know, perhaps, that I have seen the Duke." "Oh yes, and I have seen him. Everything is settled." "That is the only message she will want to hear when she comes home. She is a happy girl, and I am proud to think that I should live to call such a grand young Briton as you my son-in-law." Then the American took the young man's 2 hands and shook them cordially, while Mrs. Boncassen, bursting into tears, insisted on kissing him. "Indeed, she is a happy girl," said she, "but I hope Isabel won't be carried away too high and mighty." Chapter 71. Chapter 72 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Carlton Terrace. 3 days after this it was arranged that Isabel should be taken to Carlton Terrace, to be accepted there into the full good graces of her future father-in-law, and to go through the pleasant ceremony of seeing the house in which it was to be her destiny to live as mistress. What can be more interesting to a girl than this first visit to her future home? And now Isabel Boncassen was to make her first visit to the house in Carlton Terrace, which the Duke had already declared his purpose of surrendering to the young couple. She was going among very grand things, so grand that those whose affairs in life are less magnificent may think that her mind should have soared altogether above chairs and tables, and reposed itself among diamonds, gold and silver ornaments, rich necklaces, the old masters, and alabaster statuary. But dukes and duchesses must sit upon chairs, or at any rate on sofas, as well as their poorer brethren, and probably have the same regard for their comfort. Isabel was not above her future furniture, or the rooms that were to be her rooms, or the stairs which she would have to tread, or the pillow on which her head must rest. She had never yet seen even the outside of the house in which she was to live, and was now prepared to make her visit with as much enthusiasm as though her future abode was to be prepared for her in a small house in a small street beyond Islington. But the Duke was no doubt more than the house, the father-in-law more than the tables. Isabel, in the ordinary way of society, he had already known almost with intimacy. She, the while, had been well aware that if all things could possibly be made to run smoothly with her, this lordly host, who was so pleasantly courteous to her, would become her father-in-law. But she had known also that he, in his courtesy, had been altogether unaware of any such intention on her part, and that she would now present herself to him in an aspect very different from that in which she had hitherto been regarded. She was well aware that the Duke had not wished to take her into his family, would not himself have chosen her for his son's wife. She had seen enough to make her sure that he had even chosen another bride for his heir. She had been too clever not to perceive that Lady Mabel Grex had been not only selected, but almost accepted, as though the thing had been certain. She had learned nearly the whole truth from Silverbridge, who was not good at keeping a secret from one to whom his heart was open. That story had been all but read by her with exactness. "I cannot lose you now," she had said to him, leaning on his arm. "I cannot afford to lose you now. But I fear that someone else is losing you." To this he answered nothing, but simply pressed her closer to his side. "Someone else," she continued, "who perhaps may have reason to think that you have injured her." "No," he said boldly. "No, there is no such person." For he had never ceased to assure himself that in all that matter with Mabel Grex he had been guilty of no treachery. There had been a moment, indeed, in which she might have taken him, but she had chosen to let it pass from her. Of all which, or nearly all of which, Isabel now saw, and had also seen that the Duke had been a consenting party to that other arrangement. She had reason, therefore, to doubt the manner of her acceptance. But she had been accepted. She had made such acceptance by him a stipulation in her acceptance of his son. She was sure of the ground on which she trod, and was determined to carry herself, if not with pride, yet with dignity. There might be difficulties before her, but it would not be her fault if she were not as good a countess, and, when time would have it so, as good a duchess as another. The visit was made not quite in the fashion in which Silverbridge himself had wished. His idea had been to call for Isabel in his cab, and taken her down to Carlton Terrace. "Mother must go with me," she had said. Then he looked blank, as he could look when he was disappointed, as he had looked when she would not talk to him at the lunch, when she told him that it was not her business to entertain him. "Don't be selfish," she added, laughing. "Do you think that mother will not want to have seen the house that I am to live in? She shall come afterwards as often as she likes." "What, paying me morning visits from New York? She must come now, if you please. Love me, love my mother." "I am awfully fond of her," said Silverbridge, who felt that he really had behaved well to the old lady. "So am I, and therefore she shall go and see the house now. You are as good as gold, and do everything just as I tell you. But a good time is coming when I shall have to do everything that you tell me." Then it was arranged that Mrs. and Miss Boncassen were to be taken down to the house in their own carriage, and were to be received at the door by Lord Silverbridge. Another arrangement had also been made. Isabel was to be taken to the Duke immediately upon her arrival, and to be left for a while with him alone, so that he might express himself as he might find fit to do to this newly adopted child. It was a matter to him of such importance that nothing remaining to him in his life could equal it. It was not simply that she was to be the wife of his son, though that in itself was a consideration very sacred. Had it been Gerald who was bringing to him a bride, the occasion would have had less of awe. But this girl, this American girl, was to be the mother and grandmother of future Dukes of Omnium, the ancestress, it was to be hoped, of all future Dukes of Omnium. By what she might be, by what she might have in her of mental fibre, of high or low quality, of true or untrue womanliness, were to be fashioned those who in days to come might be amongst the strongest and the most faithful bulwarks of the Constitution. and England without a Duke of Omnium, or at any rate without any duke, what would it be? And yet he knew that with bad dukes his country would be in worse stress than though she had none at all. An aristocracy, yes, but an aristocracy that shall be of the very best. He believed himself thoroughly in his order, but if his order, or many of his order, should become, as was now Lord Grex, then he thought that his order not only must go to the wall, but that, in the cause of humanity, it had better do so. With all this daily, hourly, always in his mind, this matter of the choice of a wife for his heir was to him of solemn importance. When they arrived, Silverbridge was there, and led them first of all into the dining-room. "My," said Mrs. Boncassen, as she looked around her, "I thought that our Fifth Avenue parlours whipped everything in the way of city houses." "What a nice little room for Darby and Joan to sit down to eat a mutton chop in," said Isabel. "It's a beastly great barrack," said Silverbridge, "but the best of it is that we never use it. We'll have a cosy little place for Darby and Joan, you'll see. Now come to the governor. I've got to leave you with him. Oh me, I am in such a fright." "He can't eat you," said Mrs. Boncassen. "And he won't even bite," said Silverbridge. "I should not mind that, because I could bite again. But if he looks as though he thought I shouldn't do, I shall drop." "My belief is that he's almost as much in love with you as I am," said Silverbridge, as he took her to the door of the Duke's room. "Here we are, sir." "My dear," said the Duke, rising up and coming to her, "I am very glad to see you. It is good of you to come to me." Then he took her in both his hands and kissed her forehead and her lips. She, as she put her face up to him, stood quite still in his embrace, but her eyes were bright with pleasure. "Shall I leave her?" said Silverbridge. "For a few minutes." "Don't keep her too long, for I want to take her all over the house." "A few minutes, and then I will bring her up to the drawing-room." Upon this the door was closed, and Isabel was alone with her new father. "And so, my dear, you are to be my child, if you will have me. Come here and sit down by me. Your father has already told you that, has he not?" "He has told me that you had consented." "And Silverbridge has said as much? I would sooner hear it from you than from either of them." "Then hear it from me. You shall be my child. And if you will love me, you shall be very dear to me. You shall be my own child, and dear as my own. I must either love his wife very dearly, or else I must be an unhappy man, and she must love me dearly, or I must be unhappy." "I will love you," she said, pressing his hand. "And now let me say some few words to you, only let there be no bitterness in them to your young heart. When I say that I take you to my heart, you may be sure that I do so thoroughly. You shall be as dear to me and as near as though you had been all English." "Shall I?" "There shall no difference be made. My boy's wife shall be my daughter in very deed, but I had not wished it to be so." "I knew that, but could I have given him up?" "He, at any rate, could not give you up. There were little prejudices. You can understand that." "Oh, yes." "We who wear black coats could not bring ourselves readily to put on scarlet garments, nor should we sit comfortably with our legs crossed like Turks." "I am your scarlet coat and your cross-legged Turk," she said, with feigned self-reproach in her voice, but with a spark of mirth in her eye. "But when I have once got into my scarlet coat, I can be very proud of it, and when I am once seated in my divan, I shall find it of all postures the easiest. Do you understand me? I think so. Not a shade of any prejudice shall be left to darken my mind. There shall be no feeling but that you are in truth his chosen wife. After all, neither can country, nor race, nor rank, nor wealth make a good woman. Education can do much, but nature must have done much also. Do not expect too much of me. I will so expect that all shall be taken for the best. You know, I think, that I have liked you since I first saw you. I know that you have always been good to me. I have liked you from the first. That you are lovely, perhaps, is no merit, though, to speak the truth, I am well pleased that Silverbridge should have found so much beauty. That is all a matter of taste, I suppose, she said, laughing. But there is much that a young woman may do for herself, which I think you have done. A silly girl, though she had been a second Helen, would hardly have satisfied me. Or perhaps him, said Isabel. Or him, and it is in that feeling that I find my chief satisfaction, that he should have had the sense to have liked such a one as you better than others. Now I have said it. And not being one of us, I did at first object to his choice. As being what you are yourself, I am altogether reconciled to it. Do not keep him long waiting. I do not think he likes to be kept waiting for anything. I dare say not. And now there is one thing else. Then the Duke unlocked a little drawer that was close to his hand, and taking out a ring, put it on her finger. It was a bar of diamonds, perhaps a dozen of them, fixed in a little circle of gold. This must never leave you, he said. It never shall, having come from you. It was the first present that I gave to my wife, and it is the first that I give to you. You may imagine how sacred it is to me. On no other hand could it be worn without something which to me would be akin to sacrilege. Now I must not keep you longer, or Silverbridge will be storming about the house. He, of course, will tell me when it is to be, but do not you keep him long waiting. Then he kissed her, and led her up into the drawing-room. When he had spoken a word of greeting to Mrs. Boncassen, he left them to their own devices. After that they spent the best part of an hour in going over the house, but even that was done in a manner unsatisfactory to Silverbridge. Wherever Isabel went, there Mrs. Boncassen went also. There might have been some fun in showing even the back kitchen to his bride-elect by herself, but there was none in wandering about those vast underground regions with a stout lady who was really interested with the cooking apparatus and the wash-houses. The bedrooms, one after another, became tedious to him when Mrs. Boncassen would make communications respecting each of them to her daughter. "That is Gerald's room," said Silverbridge. "You have never seen Gerald. He is such a brick." Mrs. Boncassen was charmed with the whips and sticks and boxing gloves in Gerald's room, and expressed an opinion that young men in the States mostly carried their knickknacks about with them to the universities. When she was told that he had another collection of knickknacks at Matching and another at Oxford, she thought that he was a very extravagant young man. Isabel, who had heard all about the gambling in Scotland, looked round at her lover and smiled. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Boncassen, as they took their leave, "it is a very grand house, and I hope with all my heart you may have your health there and be happy. But I don't know that you'll be any happier because it's so big." "Wait till you see Gatherum," said Silverbridge. "That, I own, does make me unhappy. It has been calculated that 3 months at Gatherum Castle would drive a philosopher mad. In all this there had been a certain amount of disappointment for Silverbridge, but on that evening, before dinner in Brook Street, he received compensation. As the day was one somewhat peculiar in its nature, he decided that it should be kept altogether as a holiday, and he did not therefore go down to the house. And not going to the house, of course, he spent the time with the Boncassens. "You know you ought to go," Isabel said to him when they found themselves alone together in the back drawing-room. "Of course I ought." "Then go. Do you think I would keep a Briton from his duties?" "Not though the Constitution should fall in ruins. Do you suppose that a man wants no rest after inspecting all the pots and pans in that establishment? A woman, I believe, could go on doing that kind of thing all day long. You should remember, at least, that the woman was interesting herself about your pots and pans. And now, Bella, tell me what the governor said to you." Then she showed him the ring. "Did he give you that?" She nodded her head in assent. "I did not think he would ever have parted with that." "It was your mother's." "She wore it always. I almost think that I never saw her hand without it. He would not have given you that unless he had meant to be very good to you." "He was very good to me, Silverbridge. I have a great deal to do to learn to be your wife." "I'll teach you." "Yes, you'll teach me. But will you teach me right? There is something almost awful in your father's serious dignity and solemn appreciation of the responsibilities of his position. Will you ever come to that?" "I shall never be a great man as he is. It seems to me that life to him is a load, which he does not object to carry, but which he knows must be carried with a great struggle. I suppose it ought to be so with every one." "Yes," she said, "but the higher you put your foot on the ladder, the more constant should be your thought that your stepping requires care. I fear that I am climbing too high." "You can't come down now, my young woman." "I have to go on now, and do it as best I can. I will try to do my best. I will try to do my best. I told him so, and now I tell you so. I will try to do my best. Perhaps, after all, I am only a pert puppet," she said, half an hour afterwards, for Silverbridge had told her of that terrible mistake made by poor Dolly Longstaff. "Brute!" he exclaimed. "Not at all. And when we are settled down in the real Darby and Joan way, I shall hope to see Mr. Longstaff very often. I dare say he won't call me a pert puppet, and I shall not remind him of the word, but I shall always think of it. And remembering the way in which my character struck an educated Englishman, who was not altogether ill-disposed towards me, I may hope to improve myself." End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I have never loved you. Silverbridge had now been in town 3 or 4 weeks, and Lady Mabel Grex had also been in London all that time, and yet he had not seen her. She had told him that she loved him, and had asked him plainly to make her his wife. He had told her that he could not do so, that he was altogether resolved to make another woman his wife. Then she had rebuked him, and had demanded from him how he had dared to treat her as he had done. His conscience was clear. He had his own code of morals as to such matters, and had, as he regarded it, kept within the law. But she thought that she was badly treated, and had declared that she was now left out in the cold forever through his treachery. Then her last word had been almost the worst of all. "Who can tell what may come to pass?" showing too plainly that she would not even now give up her hope. Before the month was up she wrote to him as follows: "Dear Lord Silverbridge, why do you not come and see me? Are friends so plentiful with you that one so staunch as I may be thrown over? But of course I know why you do not come. Put all that aside and come. I cannot hurt you. I have learned to feel that certain things which the world regards as too awful to be talked of, except in the way of scandal, may be discussed and then laid aside just like other subjects. What though I wear a wig or a wooden leg, I may still be fairly comfortable among my companions, unless I crucify myself by trying to hide my misfortune. It is not the presence of the skeleton that crushes us. Not even that will hurt us much if we let him go about the house as he lists. It is the everlasting effort which the horror makes to peep out of his cupboard that robs us of our ease. At any rate, come and see me. Of course I know that you are to be married to Miss Boncassen. Who does not know it? The trumpeters have been at work for the last week. Your very sincere friend, Mabel." He wished that she had not written. Of course he must go to her. And though there was a word or two in her letter which angered him, his feelings towards her were kindly. Had not that American angel flown across the Atlantic to his arms, he could have been well content to make her his wife. But the interview at the present moment could hardly be other than painful. She could, she said, talk of her own misfortunes, but the subject would be very painful to him. It was not to him a skeleton to be locked out of sight, but it had been a misfortune, and the sooner that such misfortunes could be forgotten, the better. He knew what she meant about trumpeters. She had intended to signify that Isabel in her pride had boasted of her matrimonial prospects. Of course there had been trumpets. Are there not always trumpets when a marriage is contemplated, magnificent enough to be called an alliance? As for that, he himself had blown the trumpets. He had told everybody that he was going to be married to Miss Boncassen. Isabel had blown no trumpets. In her own straightforward way she had told the truth to whom it concerned. Of course he would go and see Lady Mabel, but he trusted that for her own sake nothing would be said about trumpets. "So you have come at last," Mabel said when he entered the room. "No, Miss Cassewary is not here. As I wanted to see you alone, I got her to go out this morning. Why did you not come before?" "You said in your letter that you knew why." "But in saying so, I was accusing you of cowardice, was I not?" "It was not cowardice." "Then why did you not come?" "I thought you would hardly wish to see me so soon, after what passed." "That is honest, at any rate. You felt that I must be too much ashamed of what I said to be able to look you in the face." "Not that exactly. Any other man would have felt the same, but no other man would be honest enough to tell me so. I do not think that ever in your life you have constrained yourself to the civility of a lie." "I hope not. To be civil and false is often better than to be harsh and true. I may be soothed by the courtesy, and yet not deceived by the lie. But what I told you in my letter, which I hope you have destroyed, I will destroy it. Do. It was not intended for the partner of your future joys. As I told you then, I can talk freely. Why not? We know it, both of us. How your conscience may be, I cannot tell, but mine is clear from that soil with which you think it should be smirched. I think nothing of the sort. Yes, Silverbridge, you do. You have said to yourself this: that girl has determined to get me, and she has not scrupled as to how she would do it. No such idea has ever crossed my mind. But you have never told yourself of the encouragement which you gave me. Such condemnation as I have spoken of would have been just, if my efforts had been sanctioned by no words, no looks, no deeds from you. Did you give me warrant for thinking that you were my lover? That theory by which he had justified himself to himself seemed to fall away from him under her questioning. He could not now remember his words to her in those old days before Miss Boncassen had crossed his path, but he did know that he had once intended to make her understand that he loved her. She had not understood him, or understanding had not accepted his words, and therefore he had thought himself free. But it now seemed that he had not been entitled so to regard himself. There she sat, looking at him, waiting for his answer, and he, who had been so sure that he had committed no sin against her, had not a word to say to her. I want your answer to that, Lord Silverbridge. I have told you that I would have no skeleton in the cupboard. Down at Matching, and before that at Killancodlem, I appealed to you, asking you to take me as your wife. Hardly that. Altogether that. I will have nothing denied that I have done, nor will I be ashamed of anything. I did do so, even after this infatuation. I thought then that one so volatile might perhaps fly back again. I shall not do that, said he, frowning at her. You need trouble yourself with no assurance, my friend. Let us understand each other now. I am not now supposing that you can fly back again. You have found your perch, and you must settle on it like a good domestic barn-door fowl. Again he scowled. If she were too hard upon him, he would certainly turn upon her. No, you will not fly back again now. But was I, or was I not, justified when you came to Killancodlem in thinking that my lover had come there? How can I tell? It is my own justification I am thinking of. I see all that, but we cannot both be justified. Did you mean me to suppose that you were speaking to me words in earnest, when there, sitting in that very spot, you spoke to me of your love? Did I speak of my love? Did you speak of your love? And now, Silverbridge, for if there be an English gentleman on earth, I think that you are one. As a gentleman, tell me this. Did you not even tell your father that I should be your wife? I know you did. Did he tell you? Men such as you and he, who cannot even lie with your eyelids, who will not condescend to cover up a secret by a moment of feigned inanimation, have many voices. He did tell me, but he broke no confidence. He told me, but did not mean to tell me. Now you have also told me. I did. I told him so, and then I changed my mind. I know you changed your mind. Men often do. A pinker pink, a whiter white, a finger that will press you just half an ounce the closer, a cheek that will consent to let itself come just a little nearer. No, no, no. It was because Isabel had not easily consented to such approaches. Trifles such as these will do it, and some such trifles have done it with you. It would be beneath me to make comparisons where I might seem to be the gainer. I grant her beauty. She is very lovely. She has succeeded. I have succeeded. But I am justified, and you are condemned. Is it not so? Tell me like a man. You are justified, and you are condemned. When you told me that I should be your wife, and then told your father the same story, was I to think it all meant nothing? Have you deceived me? I did not mean it. Have you deceived me? What? You cannot deny it, and yet have not the manliness to own it to a poor woman who can only save herself from humiliation by extorting the truth from you. Oh, Mabel, I am so sorry it should be so. I believe you are, with a sorrow that will last till she is again sitting close to you. Nor, Silverbridge, do I wish it to be longer. No, no, no. Your fault, after all, has not been great. You deceived, but did not mean to deceive me. Never, never. And I fancy you have never known how much you bore about with you. Your modesty has been so perfect that you have not thought of yourself as more than other men. You have forgotten that you have had in your hands the disposal to some one woman of a throne in paradise. I don't suppose you thought of that. But I did. Why should I tell falsehoods now? I have determined that you should know everything. But I could better confess to you my own sins when I had shown that you too have not been innocent. Not think of it. Do you men think of high titles and great wealth and power and place? And if men, why should not women? Do not men try to get them? And are they not even applauded for their energy? A woman has but one way to try. I tried. I do not think it was all for that. How shall I answer that without a confession which even I am not hardened enough to make? In truth, Silverbridge, I have never loved you. He drew himself up slowly before he answered her, and gradually assumed a look very different from that easy boyish smile which was customary to him. I am glad of that, he said. Why are you glad? Now I can have no regrets. You need have none. It was necessary to me that I should have my little triumph, that I should show you that I knew how far you had wronged me. But now I wish that you should know everything. I have never loved you. There is an end of it then. But I have liked you so well, so much better than all others. A dozen men have asked me to marry them, and though they might be nothing till they made that request, then they became things of horror to me. But you were not a thing of horror. I could have become your wife, and I think that I could have learned to love you. It is best as it is. I ought to say so too, but I have a doubt I should have liked to be Duchess of Omnium, and perhaps I might have fitted the place better than one who can as yet know but little of its duties or its privileges. I may perhaps think that that other arrangement would have been even better for you. I can take care of myself in that. I should have married you without loving you, but I should have done so determined to serve you with a devotion which a woman who does love hardly thinks necessary. I would have so done my duty that you should never have guessed that my heart had been in the keeping of another man. Another man? Yes, of course. If there had been no other man, why not you? Am I so hard? Do you think that I can love no one? Are you not such a one that a girl would naturally love, were she not preoccupied? That a woman should love seems as necessary as that a man should not. A man can love too. No, hardly. He can admire, and he can like, and he can fondle and be fond. He can admire and approve and perhaps worship. He can know of a woman that she is part of himself, the most sacred part, and therefore will protect her from the very winds. But all that will not make love. It does not come to a man that to be separated from a woman is to be dislocated from his very self. A man has but one centre, and that is himself. A woman has two. Though the second may never be seen by her, may live in the arms of another, may do all for that other that man can do for woman, still, though he be half the globe asunder from her, still he is to her the half of her existence. If she really love, there is, I fancy, no end of it. To the end of time I shall love Frank Tregear. Tregear? Who else? He is engaged to Mary. Of course he is. Why not? To her or whomsoever else he might like best. He is as true, I doubt not, to your sister as you are to your American beauty, or as you would have been to me had fancy held. He used to love me. You were always friends, always dear friends, and he would have loved me if a man were capable of loving. But he could sever himself from me easily, just when he was told to do so. I thought that I could do the same, but I cannot. A jackal is born a jackal, and not a lion, and cannot help himself. So is a woman born, a woman. They are clinging, parasite things which cannot but adhere, though they destroy themselves by adhering. Do not suppose that I take a pride in it. I would give one of my eyes to be able to disregard him. Time will do it. Yes, time, that brings wrinkles and rouge pots and rheumatism, though I have so hated those men as to be unable to endure them. Still I want some man's house and his name, some man's bread and wine, some man's jewels and titles, and woods and parks and gardens, if I can get them. Time can help a man in his sorrow. If he begins at 40 to make speeches, or to win races, or to breed oxen, he can yet live a prosperous life. Time is but a poor consoler for a young woman who has to be married. Oh, Mabel! And now let there not be a word more about it. I know that I can trust you. Indeed you may. Though you will tell her everything else, you will not tell her this. No, not this. And surely you will not tell your sister. I shall tell no one. It is because you are so true that I have dared to trust you. I had to justify myself, and then to confess. Had I at that one moment taken you at your word, you would never have known anything of all this. There is a tide in the affairs of men, but I let the flood go by. I shall not see you again now before you are married, but come to me afterwards. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Let us drink a glass of wine together. Silverbridge pondered it all much as he went home. What a terrible story was that he had heard. The horror to him was chiefly in this, that she should yet be driven to marry some man without even fancying that she could love him. And this was Lady Mabel Grex, who on his own first entrance into London life, now not much more than 12 months ago, had seemed to him to stand above all other girls in beauty, charm, and popularity. As he opened the door of the house with his latchkey, who should be coming out but Frank Tregear? Frank Tregear, with his arm in a sling, but still with an unmistakable look of general satisfaction. "When on earth did you come up?" asked Silverbridge. Tregear told him that he had arrived on the previous evening from Harrington. "And why? The doctor would not have let you come if he could have helped it." "When he found he could not help it, he did let me come. I am nearly all right. If I had been nearly all wrong, I should have had to come. And what are you doing here? Well, if you'll allow me, I'll go back with you for a moment. What do you think I have been doing? Have you seen my sister? Yes, I have seen your sister, and I have done better than that. I have seen your father. Lord Silverbridge, behold your brother-in-law. You don't mean to say that it is arranged? I do. What did he say? He made me understand, by most unanswerable arguments, that I had no business to think of such a thing. I did not fight the point with him, but simply stood there as conclusive evidence of my business. He told me that we should have nothing to live on unless he gave us an income. I assured him that I would never ask for a shilling. But I cannot allow her to marry a man without an income, he said. I know his ways so well. I had just two facts to go upon, that I would not give her up, and that she would not give me up. When I pointed that out, he tore his hair, in a mild way, and said that he did not understand that kind of thing at all. And yet he gave way. Of course he did. They say that when a king of old would consent to see a petitioner for his life, he was bound by his royalty to mercy. So it was with the Duke. Then, very early in the argument, he forgot himself and called her Mary. I knew he had thrown up the sponge then. How did he give way at last? He asked me what were my ideas about life in general. I said that I thought Parliament was a good sort of thing, that I was lucky enough to have a seat, and that I should take lodgings somewhere in Westminster till what? He asked. Till something is settled, I replied. Then he turned away from me and remained silent. May I see Lady Mary? I asked. Yes, you may see her, he replied, as he rang the bell. Then, when the servant was gone, he stopped me. I love her too dearly to see her grieve, he said. I hope you will show that you can be worthy of her. Then I made some sort of protestation and went upstairs. While I was with Mary, there came a message to me telling me to come to dinner. The Boncassens are all dining here. Then we shall be a family party. So far, I suppose I may say it is settled. When he will let us marry, heaven only knows. Mary declares that she will not press him. I certainly cannot do so. It is all a matter of money. He won't care about that, but he may perhaps think that a little patience will do us good. You will have to soften him. Then Silverbridge told all that he knew about himself. He was to be married in May, was to go to Matching for a week or two after his wedding, was then to see the session to an end, and after that to travel with his wife in the United States. I don't suppose we shall be allowed to run about the world together so soon as that, said Tregear, but I am too well satisfied with my day's work to complain. What did he say he meant to give her? Oh dear, no, nor even that he meant to give her anything. I should not dream of asking a question about it, nor when he makes any proposition shall I think of having any opinion of my own. He'll make it all right, for her sake, you know. My chief object as regards him is that he should not think that I have been looking after her money. Well, good-bye. I suppose we shall all meet at dinner. When Tregear left him, Silverbridge went to his father's room. He was anxious that they should understand each other as to Mary's engagement. I thought you were at the house, said the Duke. I was going there, but I met Tregear at the door. He tells me you have accepted him for Mary. I wish that he had never seen her. Do you think that a man can be thwarted in everything and not feel it? I thought you had reconciled yourself to Isabel. If it were that alone, I could do so the more easily, because personally she wins upon me. And this man too. It is not that I find fault with himself. He is in all respects a high-minded gentleman. I hope so. But yet had he a right to set his heart there where he could make his fortune, having none of his own? He did not think of that. He should have thought of it. A man does not allow himself to love without any consideration or purpose. You say that he is a gentleman. A gentleman should not look to live on means brought to him by a wife. You say that he did not. He did not think of it. A gentleman should do more than not think of it. He should think that it shall not be so. A man should own his means, or should earn them. How many men, sir, do neither? Yes, I know, said the Duke. Such a doctrine nowadays is caviar to the general. One must live as others live around one, I suppose. I could not see her suffer. It was too much for me. When I became convinced that this was no temporary passion, no romantic love which time might banish, that she was of such a temperament that she could not change, then I had to give way. Gerald, I suppose, will bring me some kitchen maid for his wife. Oh, sir, you should not say that to me. No, I should not have said it to you. I beg your pardon, Silverbridge. Then he paused a moment, turning over certain thoughts within his own bosom. Perhaps, after all, it is well that a pride of which I am conscious should be rebuked, and it may be that the rebuke has come in such a form that I should be thankful. I know that I can love Isabel. That to me will be everything. And this young man has nothing that should revolt me. I think he has been wrong. But now that I have said it, I will let all that pass from me. He will dine with us to-day. Silverbridge then went up to see his sister. So you have settled your little business, Mary? Oh, Silverbridge, you will wish me joy? Certainly. Why not? Papa is so stern with me. Of course he has given way, and of course I am grateful, but he looks at me as though I have done something to be forgiven. Take the good the gods provide you, Mary. That will all come right. But I have not done anything wrong, have I? That is a matter of opinion. How can I answer you when I don't quite know whether I have done anything wrong or not myself? I am going to marry the girl I have chosen. That's enough for me. But you did change. We need not say anything about that. But I have never changed. Papa just told me that he would consent and that I might write to him. So I did write, and he came. But Papa looks at me as though I had broken his heart. I tell you what it is, Mary. You expect too much from him. He has not had his own way with either of us, and of course he feels it. As Tregear had said, there was quite a family party in Carlton Terrace, though as yet the family was not bound together by family ties. All the Boncassens were there, the father, the mother, and the promised bride. Mr. Boncassen bore himself with more ease than any one in the company, having at his command a gift of manliness, which enabled him to regard this marriage exactly as he would have done any other. America was not so far distant but what he would be able to see his girl occasionally. He liked the young man, and he believed in the comfort of wealth. Therefore he was satisfied. But when the marriage was spoken of, or written of, as an alliance, then he would say a hard word or two about dukes and lords in general. On such an occasion as this he was happy and at his ease. So much could not be said for his wife, with whom the Duke attempted to place himself on terms of family equality, but in doing this he failed to hide the attempt even from her, and she broke down under it. Had he simply walked into the room with her, as he would have done on any other occasion, and then remarked that the frost was keen or the thaw disagreeable, it would have been better for her. But when he told her that he hoped she would often make herself at home in that house, and looked, as he said it, as though he were asking her to take a place among the goddesses of Olympus, she was troubled as to her answer. "Oh, my Lord Duke," she said, "when I think of Isabel living here, and being called by such a name, it almost upsets me." Isabel had all her father's courage, but she was more sensitive, and though she would have borne her honours well, was oppressed by the feeling that the weight was too much for her mother. She could not keep her ear from listening to her mother's words, or her eye from watching her mother's motions. She was prepared to carry her mother everywhere. As other girls have to be taken with their belongings, so must I, if I be taken at all. This she had said plainly enough. There should be no division between her and her mother. But still, knowing that her mother was not quite at ease, she was hardly at ease herself. Silverbridge came in at the last moment, and of course occupied a chair next to Isabel. As the house was sitting, it was natural that he should come up in a flurry. "I left Phineas," he said, pounding away in his old style at Sir Timothy. "By the by, Isabel, you must come down some day and hear Sir Timothy badgered. I must be back again about 10. Well, Gerald, how are they all at Lazarus?" He made an effort to be free and easy, but even he soon found that it was an effort. Gerald had come up from Oxford for the occasion, that he might make acquaintance with the Boncassens. He had taken Isabel in to dinner, but had been turned out of his place when his brother came in. He had been a little confused by the first impression made upon him by Mrs. Boncassen, and had involuntarily watched his father. "Silver is going to have an odd sort of a mother-in-law," he said afterwards to Mary, who remarked in reply that this would not signify, as the mother-in-law would be in New York. Tregear's part was very difficult to play. He could not but feel that though he had succeeded, still he was as yet looked upon askance. Silverbridge had told him that by degrees the Duke would be won round, but that it was not to be expected that he should swallow at once all his regrets. The truth of this could not but be accepted. The immediate inconvenience, however, was not the less felt. Each and every one there knew the position of each and every one, but Tregear felt it difficult to act up to his. He could not play the well-pleased lover openly, as did Silverbridge. Mary herself was disposed to be very silent. The heart-breaking tedium of her dull life had been removed. Her determination had been rewarded. All that she had wanted had been granted to her, and she was happy. But she was not prepared to show off her happiness before others, and she was aware that she was thought to have done evil by introducing her lover into her august family. But it was the Duke who made the greatest efforts, and with the least success. He had told himself again and again that he was bound by every sense of duty to swallow all regrets. He had taken himself to task on this matter. He had done so even out loud to his son. He had declared that he would let it all pass from him. But who does not know how hard it is for a man in such matters to keep his word to himself? Who has not said to himself at the very moment of his own delinquency, "Now, it is now, at this very instant of time, that I should crush and quench and kill the evil spirit within me. It is now that I should abate my greed, or smother my ill humour, or abandon my hatred. It is now, and here, that I should drive out the fiend, as I have sworn to myself that I would do, and yet has failed. That it would be done at last, by this man was very certain. When Silverbridge assured his sister that it would come all right very soon, he had understood his father's character. but it could not be completed quite at once. Had he been required to take Isabel only to his heart, it would have been comparatively easy. There are men who do not seem at first sight very susceptible to feminine attractions, who nevertheless are dominated by the grace of flounces, who succumb to petticoats unconsciously, and who are half in love with every woman merely for her womanhood. So it was with the Duke. He had given way in regard to Isabel with less than half the effort that Frank Tregear was likely to cost him. "You were not at the house, sir," said Silverbridge, when he felt that there was a pause. "No, not to-day." Then there was a pause again. "I think that we shall beat Cambridge this year to a moral," said Gerald, who was sitting at the round table opposite to his father. Mr. Boncassen, who was next to him, asked in irony, probably rather than in ignorance, whether the victory was to be achieved by mathematical or classical proficiency. Gerald turned and looked at him. "Do you mean to say that you have never heard of the university boat races?" "Papa, you have disgraced yourself for ever," said Isabel. "Have I, my dear? Yes, I have heard of them, but I thought Lord Gerald's protestation was too great for a mere aquatic triumph." "Now you are poking your fun at me," said Gerald. "Well, he may," said the Duke sententiously. "We have laid ourselves very open to having fun poked at us in this matter." "I think, sir," said Tregear, "that they are learning to do the same sort of thing at the American universities." "Oh, indeed," said the Duke, in a solemn, dry, funereal tone. And then all the little life which Gerald's remark about the boat race had produced was quenched at once. The Duke was not angry with Tregear for his little word of defence, but he was not able to bring himself into harmony with this one guest, and was almost savage to him without meaning it. He was continually asking himself why destiny had been so hard upon him as to force him to receive there at his table as his son-in-law a man who was distasteful to him. And he was endeavouring to answer the question, taking himself to task, and telling himself that his destiny had done him no injury, and that the pride which had been wounded was a false pride. He was making a brave fight, but during the fight he was hardly fit to be the genial father and father-in-law of young people who were going to be married to one another. But before the dinner was over he made a great effort. "Tregear," he said, and even that was an effort, for he had never hitherto mentioned the man's name without the formal Mr. "Tregear, as this is the first time you have sat at my table, let me be old-fashioned and ask you to drink a glass of wine with me." The glass of wine was drunk, and the ceremony afforded infinite satisfaction, at least to one person there. Mary could not keep herself from some expression of joy by pressing her finger for a moment against her lover's arm. He, though not usually given to such manifestations, blushed up to his eyes. But the feeling produced on the company was solemn rather than jovial. Every one there understood it all. Mr. Boncassen could read the Duke's mind down to the last line. Even Mrs. Boncassen was aware that an act of reconciliation had been intended. When the governor drank that glass of wine, it seemed as though half the marriage ceremony had been performed, Gerald said to his brother that evening. When the Duke's glass was replaced on the table, he himself was conscious of the solemnity of what he had done, and was half ashamed of it. When the ladies had gone upstairs, the conversation became political and lively. The Duke could talk freely about the state of things to Mr. Boncassen, and was able gradually to include Tregear in the badinage with which he attacked the conservatism of his son, and so the half-hour passed well. Upstairs the two girls immediately came together, leaving Mrs. Boncassen to chew the cud of the grandeur around her in the sleepy comfort of an armchair. "And so everything is settled for both of us," said Isabel. "Of course I knew it was to be settled for you. You told me so at Custins." "I did not know it myself then. I only told you that he had asked me, and you hardly believed me." "I certainly believed you." "But you knew about Lady Mabel Grex." "I only suspected something, and now I know it was a mistake. It has never been more than a suspicion. And why, when we were at Custins, did you not tell me about yourself?" "I had nothing to tell." "I can understand that. But is it not joyful that it should be all settled? Only poor Lady Mabel. You have got no Lady Mabel to trouble your conscience." From which it was evident that Silverbridge had not told all. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Major's Story. By the end of March, Isabel was in Paris, whither she had forbidden her lover to follow her. Silverbridge was therefore reduced to the shifts of a bachelor's life, in which his friends seemed to think that he ought now to take special delight. Perhaps he did not take much delight in them. He was no doubt impatient to commence that steady married life for which he had prepared himself. But nevertheless, just at present, he lived a good deal at the Bear Garden. Where was he to live? The Boncassens were in Paris. His sister was at Matching with a houseful of other Pallisers, and his father was again deep in politics. Of course he was much in the House of Commons, but that also was stupid. Indeed, everything would be stupid till Isabel came back. Perhaps dinner was more comfortable at the club than at the house, and then, as everybody knew, it was a good thing to change the scene. Therefore he dined at the club, and though he would keep his hansom and go down to the house again in the course of the evening, he spent many long hours at the Bear Garden. "There'll very soon be an end of this as far as you are concerned," said Mr. Lupton to him one evening, as they were sitting in the smoking-room after dinner. "The sooner the better, as far as this place is concerned. This place is as good as any other. For the matter of that, I like the Bear Garden since we got rid of 2 or 3 not very charming characters." "You mean my poor friend Tifto," said Silverbridge. "No, I was not thinking of Tifto. There were 1 or 2 here who were quite as bad as Tifto. I wonder what has become of that poor devil." "I don't know in the least. You heard of that row about the hounds, and his letter to you. He wrote to me, and I answered him, as you know, but whither he vanished, or what he is doing, or how he is living, I have not the least idea." "Gone to join those other fellows abroad, I should say. Among them they got a lot of money, as the Duke ought to remember." "He is not with them," said Silverbridge, as though he were in some degree mourning over the fate of his unfortunate friend. "I suppose Captain Green was the leader in all that. Now it is all done and gone, I own to a certain regard for the Major. He was true to me till he thought I snubbed him. I would not let him go down to Silverbridge with me. I always thought that I drove the poor Major to his malpractices." At this moment Dolly Longstaff sauntered into the room and came up to them. It may be remembered that Dolly had declared his purpose of emigrating. As soon as he heard that the Duke's heir had serious thoughts of marrying the lady whom he loved, he withdrew at once from the contest, but as he did so, he acknowledged that there could be no longer a home for him in the country which Isabel was to inhabit as the wife of another man. Gradually, however, better thoughts returned to him. After all, what was she but a pert puppet? He determined that marriage clips a fellow's wings confoundedly, and so he set himself to enjoy life after his old fashion. There was perhaps a little swagger as he threw himself into a chair and addressed the happy lover. "I'll be shot if I didn't meet Tifto at the corner of the street." Tifto? Yes, Tifto. He looked awfully seedy, with a greatcoat buttoned up to his chin, a shabby hat, and old gloves. "Did he speak to you?" asked Silverbridge. "No, nor I to him. He hadn't time to think whether he would speak or not, and you may be sure I didn't." Nothing further was said about the man, but Silverbridge was uneasy and silent. When his cigar was finished, he got up, saying that he should go back to the house. As he left the club, he looked about him as though expecting to see his old friend, and when he had passed through the first street and had got into the Haymarket, there he was. The Major came up to him, touched his hat, asked to be allowed to say a few words. "I don't think it can do any good," said Silverbridge. The man had not attempted to shake hands with him, or affected familiarity, but seemed to be thoroughly humiliated. "I don't think I can be of any service to you, and therefore I had rather decline." "I don't want you to be of any service, my lord." "Then what's the good?" "I have something to say. May I come to you to-morrow?" Then Silverbridge allowed himself to make an appointment, and an hour was named at which Tifto might call in Carlton Terrace. He felt that he almost owed some reparation to the wretched man whom he had unfortunately admitted among his friends, whom he had used, and to whom he had been uncourteous. Exactly at the hour named, the Major was shown into his room. Dolly had said that he was shabby, but the man was altered rather than shabby. He still had rings on his fingers, and studs in his shirt, and a jewelled pin in his cravat, but he had shaven off his moustache and the tuft from his chin, and his hair had been cut short, and in spite of his jewellery there was a hang-dog look about him. "I've got something that I particularly want to say to you, my lord." Silverbridge would not shake hands with him, but could not refrain from offering him a chair. "Well, you can say it now." "Yes, but it isn't so very easy to be said. There are some things, though you want to say them ever so, you don't quite know how to do it." "You have your choice, Major Tifto. You can speak, or hold your tongue." Then there was a pause, during which Silverbridge sat with his hands in his pockets, trying to look unconcerned. "But if you've got it here, and feel it as I do." The poor man, as he said this, put his hand upon his heart. "You can't sleep in your bed till it's out. I did that thing that they said I did." "What thing?" "Why, the nail. It was I lamed the horse." "I am sorry for it. I can say nothing else." "You ain't so sorry for it as I am. Oh no, you can never be that, my lord. After all, what does it matter to you?" "Very little. I meant that I was sorry for your sake." "I believe you are, my lord, for though you could be rough, you was always kind. Now I will tell you everything, and then you can do as you please." "I wish to do nothing. As far as I am concerned, the matter is over. It made me sick of horses, and I do not wish to have to think of it again. Nevertheless, my lord, I've got to tell it. It was Green who put me up to it. He did it just for the plunder. As God is my judge, it was not for the money I did it." "Then it was revenge." "It was the devil got hold of me, my lord. Up to that I had always been square. square as a die. I got to think that your lordship was upsetting. I don't know whether your lordship remembers, but you did put me down once or twice rather uncommon. I hope I was not unjust. I don't say you was, my lord, but I got a feeling on me that you wanted to get rid of me, and I all the time doing the best I could for the 'orses. I did do the best I could up to that very morning at Doncaster. Well, it was Green put me up to it. I don't say I was to get nothing, but it wasn't so much more than I could have got by the 'orse winning, and I've lost pretty nearly all that I did get. Do you remember, my lord?" And now the Major sank his voice to a whisper. "When I came up to your bedroom that morning." "I remember it." "The first time?" "Yes, I remember it. Because I came twice, my lord. When I came first it hadn't been done. You turned me out." "That is true, Major Tifto." "You was very rough then. Wasn't you rough?" "A man's bedroom is generally supposed to be private." "Yes, my lord, that's true. I ought to have sent your man in first. I came then to confess it all, before it was done." "Then why couldn't you let the whores alone?" "I was in their hands. And then you was so rough with me. So I said to myself I might as well do it. And I did it. What do you want me to say? As far as my forgiveness goes, you have it." "That's saying a great deal, my lord, a great deal," said Tifto, now in tears. "But I ain't said it all yet. He's here, in London." "Who's here?" "Green. He's here. He doesn't think that I know, but I could lay my hand on him to-morrow." "There is no human being alive, Major Tifto, whose presence or absence could be a matter of more indifference to me. I'll tell you what I'll do, my lord. I'll go before any judge, or magistrate, or police officer in the country, and tell the truth. I won't even ask for a pardon. They shall punish me, and him too. I'm in that state of mind that any change would be for the better. But he ought to have it heavy. It won't be done by me, Major Tifto. Look here, Major Tifto, you have come here to confess that you have done me a great injury." "Yes, I have." "And you say you are sorry for it." "Indeed I am." "And I have forgiven you. There is only one way in which you can show your gratitude. Hold your tongue about it. Let it be as a thing done and gone. The money has been paid. The horse has been sold. The whole thing has gone out of my mind, and I don't want to have it brought back again." "And nothing is to be done to Green?" "I should say nothing on that score. And he has got, they say, £25,000, clear money. It is a pity, but it cannot be helped. I will have nothing further to do with it. Of course I cannot bind you, but I have told you my wishes." The poor wretch was silent, but still it seemed as though he did not wish to go quite yet. "If you have said what you have got to say, Major Tifto, I may as well tell you that my time is engaged." "And must that be all?" "What else? I am in such a state of mind, Lord Silverbridge, that it would be a satisfaction to tell it all, even against myself." "I can't prevent you." Then Tifto got up from his chair as though he were going. "I wish I knew what I was going to do with myself." "I don't know that I can help you, Major Tifto." "I suppose not, my lord. I haven't £20 left in all the world. It's the only thing that wasn't square that I ever did in all my life. Your lordship couldn't do anything for me? We was very much together at one time, my lord." "Yes, Major Tifto, we were." "Of course I was a villain, but it was only once, and your lordship was so rough to me. I am not saying but what I was a villain. Think of what I did for myself by that one piece of wickedness. Master of Hounds, member of the club, and the horse would have run in my name, and won the Leger, and everybody knew as your lordship and me was together in him." Then he burst out into a paroxysm of tears and sobbing. The young lord certainly could not take the man into partnership again, nor could he restore him either the hounds or his club or his clean hands, nor did he know in what way he could serve the man, except by putting his hand into his pocket, which he did. Tifto accepted the gratuity, and ultimately became an annual pensioner on his former noble partner, living on the allowance made him in some obscure corner of South Wales. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. On Deportment. Frank Tregear had come up to town at the end of February. He remained in London with an understanding that he was not to see Lady Mary again till the Easter holidays. He was then to pay a visit to Matching, and to enter in, it may be presumed, on the full fruition of his advantages as accepted suitor. All this had been arranged with a good deal of precision, as though there had still been a hope left that Lady Mary might change her mind. Of course there was no such hope. When the Duke asked the young man to dine with him, when he invited him to drink that memorable glass of wine, when the young man was allowed, in the presence of the Boncassens, to sit next Lady Mary, it was of course settled. But the father probably found some relief in yielding by slow degrees. "I would rather that there should be no correspondence till then," he had said both to Tregear and to his daughter, and they had promised there should be no correspondence. At Easter they would meet. After Easter Mary was to come up to London to be present at her brother's wedding, to which also Tregear had been formally invited, and it was hoped that then something might be settled as to their own marriage. Tregear, with the surgeon's permission, took his seat in Parliament. He was introduced by two leading members on the Conservative side, but immediately afterwards found himself seated next to his friend Silverbridge on the top bench behind the ministers. The House was very full, as there was a feverish report abroad that Sir Timothy Beeswax intended to make a statement. No one quite knew what the statement was to be, but every politician in the House and out of it thought that he knew that the statement would be a bid for higher power on the part of Sir Timothy himself. If there had been dissensions in the cabinet, the secret of them had been well kept. To Tregear, who was not as yet familiar with the House, there was no special appearance of activity, but Silverbridge could see that there was more than wonted animation. That the Treasury bench should be full at this time was a thing of custom. A whole broadside of questions would be fired off, one after another, like a rattle of musketry down the ranks, when as nearly as possible the report of each gun is made to follow close upon that of the gun before, with this exception, that in such case each little sound is intended to be as like as possible to the preceding, whereas with the rattle of the questions and answers, each question and each answer comes a little more authoritative and less courteous than the last. The Treasury bench was ready for its usual responsive firing, as the questioners were, of course, in their places. The opposition front bench was also crowded, and those behind were nearly equally full. There were many peers in the gallery, and a general feeling of sensation prevailed. All this Silverbridge had been long enough in the house to appreciate. But to Tregear the house was simply the house. "It's odd enough we should have a row the very first day you come," said Silverbridge. "You think there will be a row?" "Beeswax has something special to say. He's not here yet, you see. They've left about 6 inches for him there between Roper and Sir Orlando. You'll have the privilege of looking just down on the top of his head when he does come. I shan't stay much longer after that." "Where are you going?" "I don't mean to-day, but I should not have been here now, in this very place, I mean, but I want to stick to you just at first. I shall move down below the gangway, and not improbably creep over to the other side before long." "You don't mean it?" "I think I shall. I begin to feel I've made a mistake." "In coming to this side at all?" "I think I have. And after all, it is not very important." "What is not important? I think it very important." "Perhaps it may be to you, and perhaps you may be able to keep it up. But the more I think of it, the less excuse I seem to have for deserting the old ways of the family. What is there in those fellows down there to make a fellow feel that he ought to bind himself to them neck and heels?" "Their principles." "Yes, their principles. I believe I have some vague idea as to supporting property and land and all that kind of thing. I don't know that anybody wants to attack anything." "Somebody soon would want to attack it if there were no defenders." "I suppose there is an outside power, the people or public opinion, or whatever they choose to call it, and the country will have to go very much as that outside power chooses. Here in Parliament everybody will be as conservative as the outside will let them. I don't think it matters on which side you sit, but it does matter that you shouldn't have to act with those who go against the grain with you." "I never heard a worse political argument in my life." "I dare say not. However, here's Sir Timothy. When he looks in that way, all buckram, deportment, and solemnity, I know he's going to pitch into somebody." At this moment the leader of the house came in from behind the Speaker's chair, and took his place between Mr. Roper and Sir Orlando Drought. Silverbridge had been right in saying that Sir Timothy's air was solemn. When a man has to declare a solemn purpose on a solemn occasion in a solemn place, it is needful that he should be solemn himself. And though the solemnity which befits a man best will be that which the importance of the moment may produce, without thought given by himself to his own outward person, still who is there can refrain himself from some attempt? Who can boast, who that has been versed in the ways and duties of high places, that he has kept himself free from all study of grace, of feature, of attitude, of gait, or even of dress? For most of our bishops, for most of our judges, of our statesmen, our orators, our generals, for even many of our doctors and our parsons, even our attorneys, our tax gatherers, and certainly our butlers and our coachmen, Mr. Turveydrop, the great professor of deportment, has done much. But there should always be the art to underlie and protect the art that can hide the art, the really clever archbishop, the really potent chief justice, the man who, as a politician, will succeed in becoming a king of men, should know how to carry his buckram without showing it. It was in this that Sir Timothy perhaps failed a little. There are men who look as though they were born to wear blue ribbons. It has come probably from study, but it seems to be natural. Sir Timothy did not impose on those who looked at him as do these men. You could see a little of the paint. You could hear the crumple of the starch and the padding. You could trace something of uneasiness in the would-be composed grandeur of the brow. Turveydrop, the spectator would say to himself, but after all, it may be a question whether a man be open to reproach for not doing that well which the greatest among us, if we could find one great enough, would not do at all. For I think we must hold that true personal dignity should be achieved, must, if it be quite true, have been achieved without any personal effort, though it be evinced in part by the carriage of the body. That carriage should be the fruit of the operation of the mind, even when it be assisted by external garniture, such as special clothes, and wigs, and ornaments. Such garniture should have been prescribed by the sovereign or by custom, and should not have been selected by the wearer. In regard to speech, a man may study all that which may make him suasive, but if he go beyond that, he will trench on those histrionic efforts which he will know to be wrong, because he will be ashamed to acknowledge them. It is good to be beautiful, but it should come of God and not of the hairdresser. And personal dignity is a great possession, but a man should struggle for it no more than he would for beauty. Many, however, do struggle for it, and with such success that, though they do not achieve quite the real thing, still they get something on which they can bolster themselves up and be mighty. Others, older men than Silverbridge, saw as much as did our young friend, but they were more complacent and more reasonable. They too heard the crackle of the buckram, and were aware that the last touch of awe had come upon that brow just as its owner was emerging from the shadow of the speaker's chair. But to them it was a thing of course. A real Caesar is not to be found every day, nor can we always have a Pitt to control our debates. That kind of thing, that last touch, has its effect. Of course it is all paint, but how would the poor girl look before the gaslights if there were no paint? The House of Commons likes a little deportment on occasions. If a special man looks bigger than you can console yourself by reflecting that he also looks bigger than your fellows. Sir Timothy probably knew what he was about, and did himself on the whole more good than harm by his little tricks. As soon as Sir Timothy had taken his seat, Mr. Rattler got up from the opposition bench to ask him some question on a matter of finance. The brewers were anxious about publican licenses. Could the Chancellor of the Exchequer say a word on the matter? Notice had of course been given, and the questioner had stated a quarter of an hour previously that he would postpone his query till the Chancellor of the Exchequer was in the House. Sir Timothy rose from his seat, and in his blandest manner began by apologizing for his late appearance. He was sorry that he had been prevented by public business from being in his place to answer the honourable gentleman's question in its proper turn, and even now he feared that he must decline to give any answer which could be supposed to be satisfactory. It would probably be his duty to make a statement to the House on the following day, a statement which he was not quite prepared to make at the present moment. But in the existing state of things he was unwilling to make any reply to any question by which he might seem to bind the government to any opinion. Then he sat down, and rising again not long afterwards, when the House had gone through certain formal duties, he moved that it should be adjourned till the next day. Then all the members trooped out, and with the others Tregear and Lord Silverbridge. "So that is the end of your first day of Parliament," said Silverbridge. "What does it all mean?" "Let's go to the Carlton and hear what the fellows are saying." On that evening both the young men dined at Mr. Boncassen's house. Though Tregear had been cautioned not to write to Lady Mary, and though he was not to see her before Easter, still it was so completely understood that he was about to become her husband, that he was entertained in that capacity by all those who were concerned in the family. "And so they will all go out," said Mr. Boncassen. "That seems to be the general idea," said the expectant son-in-law. "When two men want to be first, and neither will give way, they can't very well get on in the same boat together." Then he expatiated angrily on the treachery of Sir Timothy, and Tregear, in a more moderate way, joined in the same opinion. "Upon my word, young man, I doubt whether you are right," said Mr. Boncassen. "Whether it can be possible that a man should have risen to such a position with so little patriotism as you attribute to our friend, I will not pretend to say. I should think that in England it was impossible. But of this I am sure, that the facility which exists here for a minister or ministers to go out of office without disturbance of the crown is a great blessing. You say the other party will come in." "That is most probable," said Silverbridge. "With us the other party never comes in, never has a chance of coming in, except once in 4 years, when the President is elected. That one event binds us all for 4 years." "But you do change your ministers," said Tregear. "A secretary may quarrel with the President, or he may have the gout, or be convicted of peculation." "And yet you think yourselves more nearly free than we are." "I am not so sure of that. We have had a pretty difficult task, that of carrying on a government in a new country, which is nevertheless more populous than almost any old country. The influxions are so rapid that every 10 years the nature of the people is changed. It isn't easy, and though I think on the whole we've done pretty well, I am not going to boast that Washington is as yet the seat of a political paradise." End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mabel, goodbye. When Tregear first came to town, with his arm in a sling and bandages all round him, in order that he might be formally accepted by the Duke, he had taken himself to one other house besides the house in Carlton Terrace. He went to Belgrave Square to announce his fate to Lady Mabel Grex. But Lady Mabel Grex was not there. The Earl was ill at Brighton, and Lady Mabel had gone down to nurse him. The old woman who came to him in the hall told him that the Earl was very ill. He had been attacked by the gout, but in spite of the gout, and in spite of the doctors, he had insisted on being taken to his club. Then he had been removed to Brighton under the doctor's advice, chiefly in order that he might be kept out of the way of temptation. Now he was supposed to be very ill indeed. "My lord is so imprudent," said the old woman, shaking her old head in real unhappiness. For though the Earl had been a tyrant to everyone near him, yet when a poor woman becomes old, it is something to have a tyrant to protect her. My lord always had been imprudent. Tregear knew that it had been the theory of my lord's life that to eat and drink and die was better than to abstain and live. Then Tregear wrote to his friend as follows: "My dear Mabel, I am up in town again, as you will perceive, though I am still in a helpless condition, and hardly able to write even this letter. I called to-day, and was very sorry to hear so bad an account of your father. Had I been able to travel, I should have come down to you. When I am able, I will do so if you would wish to see me. In the meantime, pray tell me how he is, and how you are. My news is this: the Duke has accepted me. It is great news to me, and I hope will be acceptable to you. I do believe that if ever a friend has been anxious for a friend's welfare, you have been anxious for mine, and I have been and ever shall be for yours. Of course this thing will be very much to me. I will not speak now of my love for the girl who is to become my wife. You might again call me Romeo, nor do I like to say much of what may now be pecuniary prospects. I did not ask Mary to become my wife because I supposed she would be rich, but I could not have married her or any one else who had not money. What are the Duke's intentions I have not the slightest idea, nor shall I ask him. I am to go down to Matching at Easter, and shall endeavour to have some time fixed. I suppose the Duke will say something about money. If he does not, I shall not. Pray write to me at once, and tell me when I shall see you. Your affectionate cousin, F. O. Tregear. In answer to this, there came a note in a very few words. She congratulated him, not very warmly, but expressed a hope that she might see him soon. But she told him not to come to Brighton. The Earl was better, but very cross, and she would be up in town before long. Towards the end of the month, it became suddenly known in London that Lord Grex had died at Brighton. There was a garter to be given away, and everybody was filled with regret that such an ornament to the peerage should have departed from them. The Conservative papers remembered how excellent a politician he had been in his younger days, and the world was informed that the family of Grex was about the oldest in Great Britain, of which authentic records were in existence. Then there came another note from Lady Mabel to Tregear. I shall be in town on the 31st, in the old house, with Miss Cassewary, and will see you if you can come on the 1st. Come early, at 11, if you can. On the day named, and at the hour fixed, he was in Belgrave Square. He had known this house since he was a boy, and could well remember how, when he first entered it, he had thought with some awe of the grandeur of the Earl. The Earl had then not paid much attention to him, but he had become very much taken by the grace and good nature of the girl who had owned him as a cousin. "You are my cousin, Frank," she had said. "I am so glad to have a cousin." He could remember the words now, as though they had been spoken only yesterday. Then there had quickly grown to be friendship between him and this, as he thought, sweetest of all girls. At that time he had just gone to Eton, but before he left Eton they had sworn to love each other, and so it had been, and the thing had grown, till at last, just when he had taken his degree, two matters had been settled between them. The first was that each loved the other irretrievably, irrevocably, passionately. The second, that it was altogether out of the question that they should ever marry each other. It is but fair to Tregear to say that this last decision originated with the lady. He had told her that he certainly would hold himself engaged to marry her at some future time, but she had thrown this aside at once. How was it possible, she said, that two such beings, brought up in luxury and taught to enjoy all the good things of the world, should expect to live and be happy together without an income. He offered to go to the bar, but she asked him whether he thought it well that such a one as she should wait, say, a dozen years for such a process. When the time comes, I should be an old woman, and you would be a wretched man. She released him, declared her own purpose of marrying well, and then, though there had been a moment in which her own assurance of her own love had been passionate enough, she went so far as to tell him that she was heart whole. We have been two foolish children, but we cannot be children any longer, she said. There must be an end of it. What had hitherto been the result of this the reader knows, and Tregear knew also. He had taken the privilege given to him, and had made so complete a use of it that he had in truth transferred his heart as well as his allegiance. Where is the young man who cannot do so? How few are there who do not do so when their first fit of passion has come upon them at 21, and he had thought that she would do the same. But gradually he found that she had not done so, did not do so, could not do so. When she first heard of Lady Mary, she had not reprimanded him, but she could not keep herself from showing the bitterness of her disappointment. Though she would still boast of her own strength and of her own purpose, yet it was too clear to him that she was wounded and very sore. She would have liked him to remain single at any rate till she herself were married, but the permission had been hardly given before he availed himself of it. And then he talked to her not only of the brilliancy of his prospects, which she could have forgiven, but of his love. His love! Then she had refused one offer after another, and he had known it all. There was nothing in which she was concerned that she did not tell him. Then young Silverbridge had come across her, and she had determined that he should be her husband. She had been nearly successful, so nearly that at moments she had felt sure of success. But the prize had slipped from her through her own fault. She knew well enough that it was her own fault. When a girl submits to play such a game as that, she should not stand on too nice scruples. She had told herself this many a time since, but the prize was gone. All this Tregear knew, and knowing it, almost dreaded the coming interview. He could not without actual cruelty have avoided her. Had he done so before, he could not have continued to do so now, when she was left alone in the world. Her father had not been much to her, but still his presence had enabled her to put herself before the world as being somebody. Now she would be almost nobody, and she had lost her rich prize, while he, out of the same treasury as it were, had won his. The door was opened to him by the same old woman, and he was shown at a funereal pace up into the drawing-room which he had known so well. He was told that Lady Mabel would be down to him directly. As he looked about him, he could see that already had been commenced that work of division of spoil which is sure to follow the death of most of us. Things were already gone which used to be familiar to his eyes, and the room, though not dismantled, had been deprived of many of its little prettinesses, and was ugly. In about 10 minutes she came down to him, with so soft a step that he would not have been aware of her entrance had he not seen her form in the mirror. Then, when he turned round to greet her, he was astonished by the blackness of her appearance. She looked as though she had become 10 years older since he had last seen her. As she came up to him she was grave and almost solemn in her gait, but there was no sign of any tears. Why should there have been a tear? Women weep, and men too, not from grief, but from emotion. Indeed, grave and slow as was her step, and serious, almost solemn, as was her gait, there was something of a smile on her mouth as she gave him her hand. And yet her face was very sad, declaring to him too plainly something of the hopelessness of her heart. "And so the Duke has consented," she said. He had told her that in his letter, but since that her father had died, and she had been left, he did not as yet know how far impoverished, but he feared with no pleasant worldly prospects before her. "Yes, Mabel, that I suppose will be settled. I have been so shocked to hear all this. It has been very sad, has it not? Sit down, Frank. You and I have a good deal to say to each other now that we have met. It was no good your going down to Brighton. He would not have seen you, and at last I never left him." Was Percival there? She only shook her head. That was dreadful. It was not Percival's fault. He would not see him, nor till the last hour or two would he believe in his own danger, nor was he ever frightened for a moment, not even then. "Was he good to you?" "Good to me? Well, he liked my being there. Poor papa, it had gone so far with him that he could not be good to any one. I think that he felt that it would be unmanly not to be the same to the end. He would not see Percival. When it was suggested, he would only ask what good Percival could do him. I did send for him at last, in my terror, but he did not see his father alive. When he did come, he only told me how badly his father had treated him. It was very dreadful. I did so feel for you." "I am sure you did, and will. After all, Frank, I think that the pious, godly people have the best of it in this world. Let them be ever so covetous, ever so false, ever so hard-hearted, the mere fact that they must keep up appearances makes them comfortable to those around them. Poor papa was not comfortable to me. A little hypocrisy, a little sacrifice to the feelings of the world may be such a blessing." "I am sorry that you should feel it so. Yes, it is sad. But everything is smiling with you. Let us talk about your plans." "Another time will do for that. I had come to hear about your own affairs." "There they are," she said, pointing round the room. "I have no other affairs. You see that I am going from here." "And where are you going?" She shook her head. "With whom will you live?" "With Miss Cass. 2 old maids together. I know nothing further." "But about money? That is, if I am justified in asking." "What would you not be justified in asking?" "Do you not know that I would tell you every secret of my heart, if my heart had a secret? It seems that I have given up what was to have been my fortune. There was a claim of £12,000 on Grex, but I have abandoned it." "And there is nothing?" "There will be scrapings, they tell me, unless Percival refuses to agree. This house is mortgaged, but not for its value. There are some jewels, but all that is detestable, a mere grovelling among mean hundreds, whereas you will soar among— Oh, Mabel, do not say hard things to me." "No, indeed. Why should I? I who have been preaching that comfortable doctrine of hypocrisy. I will say nothing hard. But I would sooner talk of your good things than of my evil ones." "I would not." "Then you must talk about them for my sake. How was it that the Duke came round at last?" "I hardly know. She sent for me." "A fine high-spirited girl. These Pallisers have more courage about them than one expects from their outward manner. Silverbridge has plenty of it. I remember telling you he could be obstinate. And I remember that I did not believe you. Now I know it. He has the sort of pluck which enables a man to break a girl's heart, or to destroy a girl's hopes, without wincing. He can tell a girl to her face that she can go to the mischief for him. There are so many men who can't do that from cowardice, though their hearts be ever so well inclined. I have changed my mind. There is something great in the courage of a man who can say that to a woman in so many words. Most of them, when they escape by lies and subterfuges, or they run away and won't allow themselves to be heard of. They trust to a chapter of accidents and leave things to arrange themselves. But when a man can look a girl in the face with those seemingly soft eyes, and say with that seemingly soft mouth, I have changed my mind, though she would look him dead in return if she could, still she must admire him. Are you speaking of Silverbridge now? Of course I am speaking of Silverbridge. I suppose I ought to hide it all and not to tell you. But as you are the only person I do tell, you must put up with me. Yes, when I taxed him with his falsehood, for he had been false, he answered me with those very words, I have changed my mind. He could not lie. To speak the truth was a necessity to him, even at the expense of his gallantry, almost of his humanity. Has he been false to you, Mabel? Of course he has, but there is nothing to quarrel about, if you mean that. People do not quarrel now about such things. A girl has to fight her own battle with her own pluck and her own wits. As with these weapons she is generally stronger than her enemy, she succeeds sometimes, although everything is against her. I think I am courageous, but his courage beat mine. I craned at the first fence. When he was willing to swallow my bait, my hand was not firm enough to strike the hook in his jaws. Had I not quailed then, I think I should have had him. It is horrid to hear you talk like this. She was leaning over from her seat, looking, black as she was, so much older than her wont, with something about her of that unworldly serious thoughtfulness which a mourning garb always gives. And yet her words were so worldly, so unfeminine. I have got to tell the truth to somebody. It was so, just as I have said. Of course I did not love him. How could I love him after what has passed? But there need have been nothing much in that. I don't suppose that Duke's eldest sons often get married for love. Miss Boncassen loves him. I dare say the beggar's daughter loved King Cophetua. When you come to distances such as that, there can be love. The very fact that a man should have descended so far in quest of beauty, the flattery of it alone, will produce love. When the angels come after the daughters of men, of course the daughters of men love them. The distance between him and me is not great enough to have produced that sort of worship. There was no reason why Lady Mabel Grex should not be good enough wife for the son of the Duke of Omnium. Certainly not. And therefore I was not struck as by the shining of a light from heaven. I cannot say I loved him. Frank, I am beyond worshipping even an angel from heaven. Then I do not know that you could blame him, he said very seriously. Just so. And as I have chosen to be honest, I have told him everything. But I had my revenge first. I would have said nothing. You would have recommended delicacy. No doubt you think that women should be delicate. Let them suffer what they may. A woman should not let it be known that she has any human nature in her. I had him on the hip, and for a moment I used my power. He had certainly done me a wrong. He had asked for my love, and with a delicacy which you commend, I had not at once grasped at all that such a request conveyed. Then, as he told me so frankly, he changed his mind. Did he not wrong me? He should not have raised false hopes. He told me that he had changed his mind. I think I loved him then as nearly as ever I did, because he looked me full in the face. Then I told him I had never cared for him, and that he need have nothing on his conscience. But I doubt whether he was glad to hear it. Men are so vain. I have talked too much of myself, and so you are to be the Duke's son-in-law, and she will have hundreds of thousands. Thousands, perhaps, but I do not think very much about it. I feel that he will provide for her, and that you, having secured her, can creep under his wing like an additional ducal chick. It is very comfortable. The Duke will be quite a providence to you. I wonder that all young gentlemen do not marry heiresses. It is so easy. And you have got your seat in Parliament too. Oh, your luck! When I look back upon it all, it seems so hard to me. It was for you that I used to be anxious. Now it is I who have not an inch of ground to stand upon." Then he approached her and put out his hand to her. "No," she said, putting both hands behind her back, "for God's sake, let there be no tenderness. But is it not cruel? Think of my advantages at that moment, when you and I agreed that our paths should be separate. My fortune then had not been made quite shipwreck by my father and brother. I had before me all that society could offer. I was called handsome and clever. Where was there a girl more likely to make her way to the top? You may do so still." "No, no, I cannot. And you at least should not tell me so. I did not know then the virulence of the malady which had fallen on me. I did not know then that, because of you, other men would be abhorrent to me. I thought that I was as easy-hearted as you have proved yourself. How cruel you can be! Have I done anything to interfere with you? Have I said a word even to that young lad, when I might have said a word? Yes, to him I did say something, but I waited and would not say it while a word could hurt you. Shall I tell you what I told him? Just everything that has ever happened between you and me." "You did?" "Yes, because I saw that I could trust him. I told him because I wanted him to be quite sure that I had never loved him. But, Frank, I have put no spoke in your wheel. There has not been a moment since you told me of your love for this rich young lady in which I would not have helped you, had help been in my power. Whomever I may have harmed, I have never harmed you. Am I not as clear from blame toward you? No, Frank, you have done me the terrible evil of ceasing to love me." "It was at your own bidding." "Certainly, but if I were to bid you to cut my throat, would you do it? Was it not you who decided that we could not wait for each other? And should it not have been for you to decide that you would wait? You also would have married. It almost angers me that you should not see the difference. A girl, unless she marries, becomes nothing, as I have become nothing now. A man does not want a pillar on which to lean. A man, when he has done as you had done with me, and made a girl's heart all his own, even though his own heart had been flexible and plastic as yours is, should have been true to her, at least for a while. Did it never occur to you that you owed something to me? I have always owed you very much. There should have been some touch of chivalry, if not of love, to make you feel that a second passion should have been postponed for a year or two. You could wait without growing old. You might have allowed yourself a little space to dwell, I was going to say, on the sweetness of your memories. But they were not sweet, Frank. They were not sweet to you. These rebukes, Mabel, will rob them of their sweetness for a time. It is gone, all gone, she said, shaking her head. Gone from me, because I have been so easily deserted. Gone from you, because the change has been so easy to you. How long was it, Frank, after you had left me, before you were basking happily in the smiles of Lady Mary Palliser? It was not very long, as months go. Say days, Frank. I have to defend myself, and I will do so with truth. It was not very long, as months go, but why should it have been less long, whether for months or days? I had to cure myself of a wound, to put a plaster on a scratch, Frank. And the sooner a man can do that, the more manly he is. Is it a sign of strength to wail under a sorrow that cannot be cured, or of truth to perpetuate the appearance of a woe? Has it been an appearance with me? I am speaking of myself now. I am driven to speak of myself by the bitterness of your words. It was you who decided. You accepted my decision easily, because it was based not only on my unfitness for such a marriage, but on yours. When I saw that there would be perhaps some years of misery for you, of course I accepted your decision. The sweetness had been very sweet to me. Oh, Frank, was it ever sweet to you? And the triumph of it had been very great. I had been assured of the love of her who among all the high ones of the world seemed to me to be the highest. Then came your decision. Do you really believe that I could abandon the sweetness, that I could be robbed of my triumph, that I could think I could never again be allowed to put my arm round your waist, never again to feel your cheek close to mine, that I should lose all that had seemed left to me among the gods without feeling it? Frank, Frank, she said, rising to her feet and stretching out her hands as though she were going to give him back all these joys. Of course I felt it. I did not then know what was before me. When he said this, she sank back immediately upon her seat. I was wretched enough. I had lost a limb and could not walk. My eyes, and must always hereafter be blind. My fitness to be among men, and must always hereafter be secluded. It is so that a man is stricken down when some terrible trouble comes upon him, but it is given to him to retrick his beams. You have retricked yours. Yes, and the strong man will show his strength by doing it quickly. Mabel, I sorrowed for myself greatly when that word was spoken, partly because I thought that your love could so easily be taken from me, and since I have found that it has not been so, I have sorrowed for you also. But I do not blame myself, and I will not submit to have blame even from you. She stared him in the face as he said this. A man should never submit to blame. But if he has deserved it, who is to be the judge? But why should we contest this? You do not really wish to trample on me. No, not that. Nor to disgrace me, nor to make me feel myself disgraced in my own judgment. Then there was a pause for some moments, as though he had left her without another word to say. Shall I go now? He asked. Oh, Frank! I fear that my presence only makes you unhappy. Then what will your absence do? When shall I see you again? But no, I will not see you again, not for many days, not for years. Why should I? Frank, is it wicked that I should love you? He could only shake his head in answer to this. If it be so wicked that I must be punished for it eternally, still I love you. I can never, never, never love another. You cannot understand it. Oh, God, that I had never understood it myself. I think that I would go with you now anywhere, facing all misery, all judgments, all disgrace. You know, do you not, that if it were possible, I should not say so. But as I know that you would not stir a step with me, I do say so. I know it is not meant. It is meant, though it could not be done. Frank, I must not see her, not for a while, not for years. I do not wish to hate her, but how can I help it? Do you remember when she flew into your arms in this room? I remember it. Of course you do. It is your great joy now to remember that, and such like. She must be very good, though I hate her. Do not say that you hate her, Mabel. Though I hate her, she must be good. It was a fine and a brave thing to do. I have done it, but never before the world like that, have I, Frank? Oh, Frank, I shall never do it again. Go now, and do not touch me. Let us both pray that in 10 years we may meet as passionless friends. He came to her hardly knowing what he meant, but purposing, as though by instinct, to take her hand as he parted from her. But she, putting both her hands before her face and throwing herself onto the sofa, buried her head among the cushions. "Is there not to be another word?" he said. Lying as she did, she still was able to make a movement of dissent, and he left her, muttering just one word between his teeth: "Mabel, good-bye." End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duke returns to office. That farewell took place on the Friday morning. Tregear, as he walked out of the square, knew now that he had been the cause of a great shipwreck. At first, when that passionate love had been declared, he could hardly remember whether with the fullest passion by him or by her. He had been as a god walking upon air. That she who seemed to be so much above him should have owned that she was all his own seemed then to be world enough for him. For a few weeks he lived a hero to himself, and was able to tell himself that for him the glory of a passion was sufficient. In those halcyon moments no common human care is allowed to intrude itself. To one who has thus entered in upon the heroism of romance, his own daily work, his dinners, clothes, income, father and mother, sisters and brothers, his own street and house are nothing. Hunting, shooting, rowing, alpine climbing, even speeches in Parliament, if they perchance have been attained to, all become leather or prunella. The heavens have been opened to him, and he walks among them like a god. So it had been with Tregear. Then had come the second phase of his passion, which is also not uncommon to young men who soar high in their first assaults. He was told that it would not do, and was not so told by a hard-hearted parent, but by the young lady herself, and she had spoken so reasonably that he had yielded, and had walked away with that sudden feeling of a vile return to his own mean belongings, to his lodgings, and his income, which not a few ambitious young men have experienced. But she had convinced him. Then had come the journey to Italy, and the reader knows all the rest. He certainly had not derogated in transferring his affections, but it may be doubted whether in his second love he had walked among the stars as in the first. A man can hardly mount twice among the stars, but he had been as eager and as true, and he had succeeded without any flaw on his conscience. It had been agreed, when that first disruption took place, that he and Mabel should be friends, and as to a friend he had told her of his hopes. When first she had mingled something of sarcasm with her congratulations. Though it had annoyed him, it had hardly made him unhappy. When she called him Romeo and spoke of herself as Rosalind, he took her remark as indicating some petulance rather than an enduring love. That had been womanly, and he could forgive it. He had his other great and solid happiness to support him. Then he had believed that she would soon marry, if not Silverbridge, then some other fitting young nobleman, and that all would be well. But now things were very far from well. The storm which was now howling round her afflicted him much. Perhaps the bitterest feeling of all was that her love should have been so much stronger, so much more enduring than his own. He could not but remember how in his first agony he had blamed her because she had declared that they should be severed. He had then told himself that such severing would be to him impossible, and that had her nature been as high as his, it would have been as impossible to her. Which nature must he now regard as the higher? She had done her best to rid herself of the load of her passion, and had failed. But he had freed himself with convenient haste. All that he had said as to the manliness of conquering grief had been wise enough, but still he could not quit himself of some feeling of disgrace in that he had changed and she had not. He tried to comfort himself with reflecting that Mary was all his own, that in that matter he had been victorious and happy. But for an hour or two he thought more of Mabel than of Mary. When the time came in which he could employ himself, he called for Silverbridge, and they walked together across the park to Westminster. Silverbridge was gay and full of eagerness as to the coming ministerial statement, but Tregear could not turn his mind from the work of the morning. "I don't seem to care very much about it," he said at last. "I do care very much," said Silverbridge. "What difference will it make? I breakfasted with the governor this morning, and I have not seen him in such good spirits since, well, for a long time." The date to which Silverbridge would have referred, had he not checked himself, was that of the evening on which it had been agreed between him and his father that Mabel Greck should be promoted to the seat of highest honour in the house of Palliser. But that was a matter which must henceforward be buried in silence. He did not say as much, but I feel perfectly sure that he and Mr. Monk have arranged a new government. I don't see any matter for joy in that to conservatives like you and me. He is my father, and as he is going to be your father-in-law, I should have thought that you might have been pleased. Oh yes, if he likes it. But I have heard so often of the crushing cares of office, and I had thought that of all living men he had been the most crushed by them. All that had to be done in the House of Commons on that afternoon was finished before 5 o'clock. By 5:30 the House and all the purlieus of the House were deserted, and yet at 4, immediately after prayers, there had been such a crowd that members had been unable to find seats. Tregear and Silverbridge, having been early, had succeeded, but those who had been less careful were obliged to listen as best they could in the galleries. The stretching out of necks and the holding of hands behind the ears did not last long. Sir Timothy had not had much to say, but what he did say was spoken with a dignity which seemed to anticipate future exaltation rather than present downfall. There had arisen a question in regard to revenue. He need hardly tell them that it was that question in reference to brewers' licenses to which the honourable gentleman opposite had alluded on the previous day, as to which, unfortunately, he was not in accord with his noble friend the Prime Minister. Under the circumstances, it was hardly possible that they should at once proceed to business, and he therefore moved that the House should stand adjourned till Tuesday next. That was the whole statement. Not very long afterwards, the Prime Minister made another statement in the House of Lords. As the Chancellor of the Exchequer had very suddenly resigned, and had thereby broken up the ministry, he had found himself compelled to place his resignation in the hands of Her Majesty. Then that House was also adjourned. On that afternoon all the clubs were alive with admiration at the great cleverness displayed by Sir Timothy in this transaction. It was not only that he had succeeded in breaking up the ministry, and that he had done this without incurring violent disgrace, but he had so done it as to throw all the reproach upon his late unfortunate colleague. It was thus that Mr. Lupton explained it. Sir Timothy had been at the pains to ascertain on what matters connected with the revenue Lord Drummond or Lord Drummond's closest advisers had opinions of their own, opinions strong enough not to be abandoned, and having discovered that, he also discovered arguments on which to found an exactly contrary opinion. But as the revenue had been entrusted specially to his unworthy hands, he was entitled to his own opinion on this matter. The majority of the House, said Mr. Lupton, and the entire public, will no doubt give him credit for great self-abnegation. All this happened on the Friday. During the Saturday it was considered probable that the Cabinet would come to terms with itself, and that internal wounds would be healed. The general opinion was that Lord Drummond would give way. But on the Sunday morning it was understood that Lord Drummond would not yield. It was reported that Lord Drummond was willing to purchase his separation from Sir Timothy, even at the expense of his office. That Sir Timothy should give way seemed to be impossible. Had he done so, it would have been impossible for him to recover the respect of the House. Then it was rumoured that 2 or 3 others had gone with Sir Timothy, and on Monday morning it was proclaimed that the Prime Minister was not in a condition to withdraw his resignation. On the Tuesday the House met, and Mr. Monk announced, still from the opposition benches, that he had that morning been with the Queen. Then there was another adjournment, and all the Liberals knew that the gates of Paradise were again about to be opened to them. This is only interesting to us as affecting the happiness and character of our Duke. He had consented to assist Mr. Monk in forming a government, and to take office under Mr. Monk's leadership. He had had many contests with himself before he could bring himself to this submission. He knew that if anything could once again make him contented, it would be work. He knew that if he could serve his country, it was his duty to serve it. And he knew also that it was only by the adhesion of such men as himself that the traditions of his party could be maintained. But he had been Prime Minister, and he was sure he could never be Prime Minister again. There are in all matters certain little, almost hidden signs by which we can measure within our own bosoms the extent of our successes and our failures. Our Duke's friends had told him that his ministry had been serviceable to the country, but no one had ever suggested to him that he would again be asked to fill the place which he had filled. He had stopped a gap. He would beforehand have declared himself willing to serve his country even in this way. But having done so, having done that and no more than that, he felt that he had failed. He had in his soreness declared to himself that he would never more take office. He had much to do to overcome this promise to himself, but when he had brought himself to submit, he was certainly a happier man. There was no going to see the Queen. That on the present occasion was done simply by Mr. Monk, but on the Wednesday morning his name appeared in the list of the new cabinet as president of the council. He was perhaps a little fidgety, a little too anxious to employ himself and to be employed, a little too desirous of immediate work, but still he was happy and gracious to those around him. "I suppose you like that particular office?" Silverbridge said to him. "Well, yes, not best of all, you know," and he smiled as he made this admission. "You mean Prime Minister?" "No, indeed, I don't. I am inclined to think that the Premier should always sit in your house. No, Silverbridge, if I could have my way, which is of course impossible, for I cannot put off my honours, I would return to my old place. I would return to the Exchequer, where the work is hard and certain, where a man can do, or at any rate attempt to do, some special thing. A man there, if he sticks to that and does not travel beyond it, need not be popular, need not be a partisan, need not be eloquent, need not be a courtier. He should understand his profession, as should a lawyer or a doctor. If he does that thoroughly, he can serve his country without recourse to that parliamentary strategy for which I know that I am unfit." "You can't do that in the House of Lords, sir." "No, no. I wish the title could have passed over my head, Silverbridge, and gone to you at once. I think we both should have been suited better. But there are things which one should not consider. Even in this place I may perhaps do something. Shall you attack us very bitterly?" "I am the only man who does not mean to make any change." "How so?" "I shall stay where I am, on the government side of the House." "Are you clear about that, my boy?" "Quite clear. Such changes should not be made without very much consideration. I have already written to them at Silverbridge, and have had 3 or 4 answers. Mr. de Bong says that the borough is more than grateful. Mr. Sprout regrets it much, and suggests a few months' consideration. Mr. Sprugeon seems to think it does not signify." "That is hardly complimentary." "No, not to me, but he is very civil to the family. As long as a Palliser represents the borough, Mr. Sprugeon thinks that it does not matter much on which side he may sit. I have had my little vagary, and I don't think that I shall change again." "I suppose it is your Republican bride-elect that has done that," said the Duke, laughing. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The First Wedding. As Easter Sunday fell on the 17th April, and as the arrangement of the new cabinet with its inferior offices was not completed till the 6th of that month, there was only just time for the new elections before the holidays. Mr. Monk sat on his bench so comfortably that he hardly seemed ever to have been off it, and Phineas Finn resumed the peculiar ministerial tone of voice, just as though he had never allowed himself to use the free and indignant strains of opposition. As to a majority, nothing as yet was known about that. Some few besides Silverbridge might probably transfer themselves to the government. None of the ministers lost their seats at the new elections. The opposite party seemed for a while to have been paralyzed by the defection of Sir Timothy, and men who liked a quiet life were able to comfort themselves with the reflection that nothing could be done this session. For our lovers this was convenient. Neither of them would have allowed their parliamentary energies to have interfered at such a crisis with his domestic affairs, but still it was well to have time at command. The day for the marriage of Isabel and Silverbridge had now been fixed. That was to take place on the Wednesday after Easter, and was to be celebrated by special royal favour in the chapel at Whitehall. All the Pallisers would be there, and all the relations of all the Pallisers, all the ambassadors, and of course all the Americans in London. It would be a wretched grind, as Silverbridge said, but it had to be done. In the meantime, the whole party, including the new president of the council, were down at Matching. Even Isabel, though it must be presumed that she had much to do in looking after her bridal garments, was able to be there for a day or two. But Tregear was the person to whom this visit was of the greatest importance. He had been allowed to see Lady Mary in London, but hardly to do more than see her. With her he had been alone for about 5 minutes, and then cruel circumstances, however, which were not permanently cruel, had separated them. All their great difficulties had been settled, and no doubt they were happy. Tregear, though he had been as it were received into grace by that glass of wine, still had not entered into the intimacies of the house. This he felt himself. He had been told that he had better restrain himself from writing to Mary, and he had restrained himself. He had therefore no immediate opportunity of creeping into that perfect intimacy with the house and household which is generally accorded to a promised son-in-law. On this occasion he travelled down alone, and as he approached the house, he, who was not by nature timid, felt himself to be somewhat cowed. That the Duke should not be cold to him was almost impossible. Of course he was there in opposition to the Duke's wishes. Even Silverbridge had never quite liked the match. Of course he was to have all that he desired. Of course he was the most fortunate of men. Of course no man had ever stronger reason to be contented with the girl he loved. But still his heart was a little low as he was driven up to the door. The first person whom he saw was the Duke himself, who, as the fly from the station arrived, was returning from his walk. "You are welcome to Matching," he said, taking off his hat with something of ceremony. This was said before the servants, but Tregear was then led into the study, and the door was closed. "I never do anything by halves, Mr. Tregear," he said. "Since it is to be so, you shall be the same to me as though you had come under other auspices. Of yourself personally, I hear all that is good. Consider yourself at home here, and in all things use me as your friend." Tregear endeavoured to make some reply, but could not find words that were fitting. "I think that the young people are out," continued the Duke. "Mr. Warburton will help you to find them if you like to go upon the search." The words had been very gracious, but still there was something in the manner of the man which made Tregear find it almost impossible to regard him as he might have regarded another father-in-law. He had often heard the Duke spoken of as a man who would become awful if he pleased, almost without an effort. He had been told of the man's mingled simplicity, courtesy, and self-assertion, against which no impudence or raillery could prevail, and now he seemed to understand it. He was not driven to go under the private secretary's escort in quest of the young people. Mary had understood her business much better than that. "If you please, sir, Lady Mary is in the little drawing-room," said a well-arrayed young girl to him as soon as the Duke's door was closed. This was Lady Mary's own maid, who had been on the look-out for the fly. Lady Mary had known all details as to the arrival of the trains and the length of the journey from the station, and had not been walking with the other young people when the Duke had intercepted her lover. Even that delay she had thought was hard. The discreet maid opened the door of the little drawing-room and discreetly closed it instantly. "At last," she said, throwing herself into his arms. Yes, at last. On this occasion time did not envy them. The long afternoons of spring had come, and as Tregear had reached the house between 4 and 5, they were able to go out together before the sun set. "No," she said, when he came to inquire as to her life during the last 12 months, "you had not much to be afraid of as to my forgetting. But when everything was against me—" "One thing was not against you. You ought to have been sure of that." "And so I was. And yet I felt that I ought not to have been sure. Sometimes in my solitude I used to think that I myself had been wrong. I began to doubt whether under any circumstances I could have been justified in asking your father's daughter to be my wife." "Because of his rank?" "Not so much his rank as his money. Ought that to be considered? A poor man who marries a rich woman will always be suspected." "Because people are so mean and poor-spirited, and because they think that money is more than anything else. It should be nothing at all in such matters. I don't know how it can be anything. They have been saying that to me all along, as though one were to stop to think whether one was rich or poor." Tregear, when this was said, could not but remember that at a time not very much prior to that at which Mary had not stopped to think, neither for a while had he and Mabel. "I suppose it was worse for me than for you," she added. "I hope not. But it was, Frank, and therefore I ought to have it made up to me now. It was very bad to be alone here, particularly when I felt that papa always looked at me as though I were a sinner. He did not mean it, but he could not help looking at me like that, and there was nobody to whom I could say a word. It was pretty much the same with me." "Yes, but you are not offending a father who could not keep himself from looking reproaches at you. I was like a boy at school who had been put into Coventry, and then they sent me to Lady Cantrip." "Was that very bad?" "I do believe that if I were a young woman with a well-ordered mind, I should feel myself very much indebted to Lady Cantrip. She had a terrible task of it. But I could not teach myself to like her. I believe she knew all through that I should get my way at last." "That ought to have made you friends." "But yet she tried everything she could. And when I told her about that meeting up at Lord Grex's, she was so shocked. Do you remember that?" "I do remember it." "Were you not shocked?" This question was not to be answered by any word. "I was," she continued. "It was an awful thing to do, but I was determined to show them all that I was in earnest. Do you remember how Miss Cassewary looked?" "Miss Cassewary knew all about it." "I dare say she did, and so I suppose did Mabel Grex. I had thought that perhaps I might make Mabel a confidant, but—" Then she looked up into his face. "But what? You like Mabel, do you not? I do. I like her very, very much. Perhaps you have liked her too well for that, eh, Frank?" "Too well for what?" "That she should have heard all that I had to say about you with sympathy. If so, I am so sorry." "You need not fear that I have ever for a moment been untrue either to her or you." "I am sure you have not to me. Poor Mabel! Then they took me to Custins. That was worst of all. I cannot quite tell you what happened there. Of course he asked her, but as she had said, she could not quite tell him about Lord Popplecourt." The next morning the Duke asked his guest in a playful tone what was his Christian name. It could hardly be that he should not have known, but yet he asked the question. Francis Oliphant, said Tregear. Those are 2 Christian names, I suppose, but what do they call you at home? Frank, whispered Mary, who was with them. Then I shall call you Frank, if you will allow me. The use of Christian names is, I think, pleasant, and hardly common enough among us. I almost forget my own boy's name, because the practice has grown up of calling him by a title. I am going to call him Abraham, said Isabel. Abraham is a good name, only I do not think he got it from his godfathers and godmothers. Who can call a man Plantagenet? I should as soon think of calling my father-in-law Coeur de Lion. So he is, said Mary. Whereupon the Duke kissed the 2 girls and went his way, showing that by this time he had adopted the one and the proposed husband of the other into his heart. The day before the Duke started for London to be present at the grand marriage, he sent for Frank. I suppose he said that you would wish that some time should be fixed for your own marriage. To this the accepted suitor of course assented. But before we can do that, something must be settled about money. Tregear, when he heard this, became hot all over, and felt that he could not restrain his blushes. Such must be the feeling of a man when he finds himself compelled to own to a girl's father that he intends to live upon her money and not upon his own. I do not like to be troublesome, continued the Duke, or to ask questions which might seem to be impertinent. Oh no, of course I feel my position. I can only say that it was not because your daughter might probably have money that I first sought her love. It shall be so received. And now, but perhaps it will be best that you should arrange all this with my man of business. Mr. Morton shall be instructed. Mr. Morton lives near my place in Barsetshire, but is now in London. If you will call on him, he shall tell you what I would suggest. I hope you will find that your affairs will be comfortable. And now as to the time. Isabel's wedding was declared by the newspapers to have been one of the most brilliant remembered in the metropolis. There were 6 bridesmaids, of whom, of course, Mary was one, and of whom poor Lady Mabel Grex was equally, of course, not another. Poor Lady Mabel was at this time with Miss Cassewary at Grex, paying what she believed would be a last visit to the old family home. Among the others were 2 American girls, brought into that august society for the sake of courtesy rather than of personal love. And there were 2 other Palliser girls and a Scotch McCloskey cousin. The breakfast was, of course, given by Mr. Boncassen at his house in Brook Street, where the bridal presents were displayed. And not only were they displayed, but a list of them, with an approximating statement as to their value, appeared in 1 or 2 of the next day's newspapers, as to which terrible sin against good taste neither was Mr. or Mrs. Boncassen guilty. But in these days, in which such splendid things were done on so very splendid a scale, a young lady cannot herself lay out her friends' gifts so as to be properly seen by her friends. Some well-skilled, well-paid hand is needed even for that, and hence comes this public information on affairs which should surely be private. In our grandmother's time, the happy bride's happy mother herself compounded the cake, or at any rate the trusted housekeeper. But we all know that terrible tower of silver which now stands niddle-noddling with its appendages of flags and spears on the modern wedding breakfast table. It will come to pass with some of us soon that we must deny ourselves the pleasure of having young friends, because their marriage presents are so costly. Poor Mrs. Boncassen had not perhaps a happy time with her august guests on that morning, but when she retired to give Isabel her last kiss in privacy, She did feel proud to think that her daughter would some day be an English duchess. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Second Wedding. November is not altogether an hymeneal month, but it was not till November that Lady Mary Palliser became the wife of Frank Tregear. It was postponed a little, perhaps, in order that the Silverbridges, as they were now called, might be present. The Silverbridges, who were now quite Darby and Joan, had gone to the States when the session had been brought to a close early in August, and had remained there nearly 3 months. Isabel had taken infinite pleasure in showing her English husband to her American friends, and the American friends had no doubt taken a pride in seeing so glorious a British husband in the hands of an American wife. Everything was new to Silverbridge, and he was happy in his new possession. She, too, enjoyed it infinitely, and so it happened that they had been unwilling to curtail their sojourn. But in November they had to return, because Mary had declared that her marriage should be postponed till it would be graced by the presence of her elder brother. The marriage of Silverbridge had been August. There had been a manifest intention that it should be so. Nobody knew with whom this originated. Mrs. Boncassen had probably been told that it ought to be so, and Mr. Boncassen had been willing to pay the bill. External forces had perhaps operated. The Duke had simply been passive and obedient. There had, however, been a general feeling that the bride of the heir of the house of Omnium should be produced to the world amidst a blare of trumpets and a glare of torches. So it had been. But both the Duke and Mary were determined that this other wedding should be different. It was to take place at Matching, and none would be present but they who were staying in the house, or who lived around, such as tenants and dependents. 4 clergymen united their forces to tie Isabel to her husband, one of whom was a bishop, one a canon, and the 2 others royal chaplains. But there was only to be the vicar of the parish at Matching, and indeed there were no guests in the house except the 2 bridesmaids and Mr. and Mrs. Finn. As to Mrs. Finn, Mary had made a request, and then the Duke had suggested that the husband should be asked to accompany his wife. It was very pretty. The church itself is pretty, standing in the park, close to the ruins of the old priory, not above 300 yards from the house, and they all walked, taking the broad pathway through the ruins, going under that figure of Sir Guy which Silverbridge had pointed out to Isabel when they had been whispering there together. The Duke led the way with his girl upon his arm. The 2 bridesmaids followed, then Silverbridge and his wife, with Phineas and his wife. Gerald and the bridegroom accompanied them, belonging, as it were, to the same party. It was very rustic, almost improper. "This is altogether wrong, you know," said Gerald. "You should appear coming from some other part of the world, as if you were almost unexpected. You ought not to have been in the house at all, and certainly should have gone under some disguise." There had been rich presents, too, on this occasion, but they were shown to none except to Mrs. Finn and the bridesmaids, and perhaps to the favoured servants in the house. At any rate, there was nothing said of them in the newspapers. One present there was, given not to the bride, but to the bridegroom, which he showed to no one except to her. This came to him only on the morning of his marriage, and the envelope containing it bore the postmark of Sedbergh. He knew the handwriting well before he opened the parcel. It contained a small signet ring with his crest, and with it there were but a few words written on a scrap of paper. "I pray that you may be happy. This was to have been given to you long ago, but I kept it back because of that decision." He showed the ring to Mary, and told her it had come from Lady Mabel. But the scrap of paper no one saw but himself. Perhaps the matter most remarkable in the wedding was the hilarity of the Duke. One who did not know him well might have said that he was a man with few cares, and who now took special joy in the happiness of his children, who was thoroughly contented to see them marry after their own hearts. And yet, as he stood there on the altar steps, giving his daughter to that new son, and looking first at his girl and then at his married son, he was reminding himself of all that he had suffered. After the breakfast, which was by no means a grand repast, and at which the cake did not look so like an ill-soldered silver castle as that other construction had done, the happy couple were sent away in a modest chariot to the railway station, and not above half a dozen slippers were thrown after them. There were enough for luck, or perhaps there might have been luck even without them, for the wife thoroughly respected her husband, as did the husband his wife. Mrs. Finn, when she was alone with Phineas, said a word or two about Frank Tregear. When she first told me of her engagement, I did not think it possible that she should marry him, but after he had been with me, I felt sure that he would succeed. "Well, sir," said Silverbridge to the Duke, when they were out together in the park that afternoon, "what do you think about him?" "I think he is a manly young man." "He is certainly that. And then he knows things, and understands them. It was never a surprise to me that Mary should have been so fond of him." "I do not know that one ought to be surprised at anything. Perhaps what surprised me most was that he should have looked so high. There seemed to be so little to justify it. But now I will accept that as courage, which I before regarded as arrogance. End of chapter 80. End of The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope.